Uh, Welcome to the beginning of the VOD. So, we're going to be doing some Proxmox Kubernetes installation today. I broke my glasses. If you look really hard, you can see I taped them. I don't know what I did. I must have bumped them or something. They broke. This thing this part broke. Anyway, so that's what we're going to do. It's going to be a while. This is going to be. I don't know if it'll be 12 hours, but it's definitely going to be a while. So come join us. And stuff. Uh, Somebody's asking me, yeah, about the storm. I want to make sure I'm okay. So, people have been asking, and I appreciate that, but my God, there's entire highways that are totally gone that travel for several miles, and there's no highway there at all. It's just boulders now. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Hey, Bill. Hey, Jesus. How you doing? It's the it's oopsie. I'm getting like lots of chats. This is if you can't tell, this is a live stream, so they're messy. If you're here because you want a nice happy video, you're gonna have to fast forward or something, okay? Yeah. So yeah. This stuff is just a couple countries to the west, yeah. Yeah. I know. Counties to the west. Yeah, it's very, very close. Yeah. Recovering from a cold? Yeah, me too. I'm recovering from. I had a really bad inflammation attack. I'm all blotchy now because I got all these sores all over my body. It's kind of gross. I bought makeup. I bought like foundation. So if they go away suddenly, it's because I'm wearing makeup. I was like looking at my own videos. And I was like, all these people have filters and stuff. Why don't I just get makeup and then I can powder my nose so I don't have like a shiny nose and stuff. Nobody wants to look at like a blotchy, diseased old man with no teeth. Maybe they do. I don't know. There's like somebody's really they like monster. Let's do something. Okay, this is the part of the beginning where we kind of screw around. Um, what are we gonna do? We are. Hey, we got more people on YouTube too. Thank you, YouTubers. Wow, this is crazy. We got more people on YouTube than Twitch right now. What? Hi, YouTubers. Um, don't be shy. You can say hi. I'll see your chat. So what are we gonna do? We got Proxima. We did a lot of stuff yesterday. I was like nothing like watching your old video. I like pull up the video yesterday. I started the beginning of it and I was like, okay, I just got my display adapter cable, and I plugged the cable. Yesterday started with Windows on the computer. The computer was in a box, and it was not even plugged in. It wasn't even a display adapter on it. And by the end of the day, we had installed like two different operating systems on the thing. Eventually got Proxmox on there, spun it up, and got Minikube working, and ran Postgres Harbor and Redis all on it from a deployment script. It was awesome. But then the rain came. Then the rain came. God damn it. Then the rain came. There it is. The rain. The rain. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm a 12-year-old. I can't. These things are so much fun. So the rain was that I could not access my website because there were like 5 different layers of networking, and we could not get port forwarding to work. And at that point, we finally got it. I got it work actually this morning, and I was like, I don't want to have to do all those steps. I did it with SSH tunneling. And I was like, I don't want to do all of that every time. And the whole point of this is that it'd be easy. And so then I was like, okay, well, let's go ahead and install Kubernetes from scratch. And I'm going to tell you right now, I have not installed Kubernetes from scratch in 3 years. It's been 3 years. So, I mean, it's not the kind of thing you do very often, actually. I learned about a new thing today called Kubler, which, no. Microcates, no. we're going to use vanilla Kubernetes using kubeadm, the way you would set up an on-prem cluster if you didn't want to pay some vendor to do it for you. So in the process, I'm going to be sort of recounting and comparing what I'm doing to what we have automated in an Ansible playbook using kubespray. So I am debating about using kubespray for this, um, because that is what we do, and I'm going to be interfacing with the people that are in charge of our cluster redeployment by the end of the year to make sure that my cluster is as close to the real one. So we're not going to finish today. It's gonna take a while. I probably won't get all of the Kubernetes cluster installed by the end of the day using kubeadm, and I'm going to be learning it. So if you're still with me, um, and you really want to learn Kubernetes and you have no idea what Kubernetes is or how to install it, this is maybe a video that you would like to watch, because you can watch me like flounder around with absolutely, I mean, a little bit of fresh knowledge from before, but most of my knowledge is totally old and outdated. So I'm going to have to fix it all. So we're going to be making decisions about how to deploy the architecture, whether we have a load balancer in front of it, all kinds of things. And there's just so many decisions to be made when you're going to run your own cluster. This is why things like Kubler, let me show you. Kubler is a thing now, and I'm not opposed to it. I mean, the idea of it, kickstart your Kubernetes, it has kind of a nice tone to it. I just don't know how real it is. You know what I mean? Just don't know if it's actually going to be real. Um, and again, there's like at some point, if you're going to cover up the complexity of a thing, you say, I don't know. There's many ways to do that. We might as well just use Minikube again, right? With backed by KVM, which is pretty fast. It's pretty damn fast to do that. You can get a cluster up pretty quickly that way. So, um, it very well could be that I conclude by the end of this whole thing that Minikube is fine. That could very well be the answer. It could also be that I want to write a program designed for home lab people. Actually, I wouldn't write a program. What I would do is I would make a Cobra importable subchart command tree for Proxmox related to Kubernetes that would allow you to spin up clusters by interfacing with the API or the command line directly for Proxmox. Um, and I'm of course I'm analyzing whether I want to use Proxmox all the time or not. There's not a lot of development for tools for people in their home lab, because that doesn't. I mean, Minikube technically is kind of that, right? But the the development of a home lab is in a space that nobody cares about except for us, right? It's most people would have their own lab, at work. And otherwise, if they're doing minor development, they just want to deploy it on their laptop. So they just want Minikube, or they want Podman with Podman has Kubernetes support, right? You can actually run pods. You can make deployments with Podman by itself. It's pretty cool. It's like one of the really distinguishing features between Podman and Docker. So if you're just doing small scale development, but for the people who are doing like enterprise API development, who need lots of moving parts, and several major applications, and they all have to be in Kubernetes, we don't have a lot of help you out tools. And I know that Proxmox is targeted at enterprise, but I feel like the more I've been using Proxmox, I'm my aversion for it messing up my systems and falling on its face when I put 16 nodes on it, hardware nodes, it's kind of diminishing, and I feel myself kind of warming up to Proxmox a lot. Yesterday, I don't see our Proxmox specialist in here today. We have a few people that use Proxmox a lot. Yesterday we had somebody that's been using Proxmox since beta, and they were really good. They really knew what they were talking about. Yeah, and we do not have a Proxmox thing. What is Proxmox? Let's talk about it really quick. Here we go. So Proxmox is in this case is a virtual environment. It's like vSphere, if you know that what that is. It's a way to virtualize hardware, and I have enterprise grade hardware. You can see the summary of my thing right here. It's just really great. I mean, this is the kind of thing you would normally have to make a Grafana chart for and all kind of things. So it comes with that all that kind of stuff. By the way, this is collective, so this you can actually zoom in on the individual VMs. Basically, Proxmox is effectively on-prem cloud for the common man. I mean, to use a dated term, but that's what it is. I mean, I know that they're shooting to be more than that, that they want to sell it to people, and unless you're so, but it's kind of like small to mid-sized business, and I'm kind of warming up to it because the home lab that I'm building, I'm starting to realize it is a home lab that could be used for a school, for a charity, for a church or a small scale organization where you've got one person managing it. And there aren't a lot of conversations about that. Chatting with subscribers makes it so difficult to follow your content. I have to watch 10-hour video to figure out how to install Ubuntu. No, you don't. You don't have to watch any of that. Just don't watch this content. Sorry. You don't have to watch it. Chatting with subscribers about whatever the hell I want. Yeah. If you don't like it, bye-bye. Sorry. I like your feedback. I do appreciate your feedback, but I also think that you should just take a hike if you aren't here to listen to me talk about my wife randomly. That's what this is. This is a live stream. If you want nice, happy, pretty content, go someplace else. Somebody's got an actual budget for this shit. It's just a regular thing. It's a regular thing. It's, by the way, you're not alone, Voice of the True. People are, oh my God, I hate sifting through this guy. He's like talking about random, is everybody okay in the hurricane and pink panties and shit like that? Why doesn't it just stay on the topic? Oh my God. I get it all the time because people are entitled. They think that they are owed something because I'm making videos. Like, I would love your content so much more if it were professionally edited. You know what? What are you paying me to do that? Nothing. You're like watching it. Well, I'm blessing you with my views. So I'm sorry if I just pissed you off and everybody's going to unsubscribe. 5 minutes of yoga once I should do. So if my channel, when it says, see the part where it says live stream, if you want summarized content, go look at the other videos. Please. Hi, voices. I thank you. No, seriously. If you know what though, I'll take your suggestion to heart in the sense of what we definitely need to do is if it says live stream, then you're getting noticed. There's going to be 12 hours of content about everything. But in order to make it better, what I've been doing is I've been summarizing. I've been making these summary videos that are less than 10 minutes long, and they hit the point. They nail it. Right? Like, this is what we discovered. This is what we did. This is what we did. This is what we did. And it started to get the value. Absolutely is. It is because if you want to be here for the live experience, that's one thing. So this is what I will promise you, and I didn't do this yesterday because I was in the moment, right? But I will make occasional summary videos that are less than 10 minutes long that go over the main things that we've discussed. And before the restream situation, I was doing that pretty frequently, and I thought I could get away with just live streaming and be good with it, but no. I mean, one thing you could do is you could actually go through the whole 10-hour video or while you're watching it, make a note of the times, like as you're doing it, say, oh my God, he's got to put this here. And then put those chapter things in the live stream. Anybody watching my videos can help me out by putting, like, this is the most important things that he talks about, and then making a little summary list and putting those minute timestamps that people do. You know what I mean? What, this is what I'm talking about. The part where I talk about the stream. Yeah. Well, it's probably time for you to leave then, right? I mean, if this bothers you, then you should leave and come and go watch the summary video. Am I still going to be interviews this year? Well, I don't know. Did you watch the summary video on YouTube? Yes, the answer is yes, but the beginner boost is just going to be me making short videos that are going to go on skillstack.io. So if you want to catch up, you should go do that. November 3rd, we're going to start doing that. If you want to be in the studio audience while I record videos for that, you can go. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then please go watch the videos from skillstack.io for the beginner boost, and you can see it. That is all summarized in my introduction video. And once again, Voice of the True is annoyed because I'm answering questions from people about whether the beginner boost is happening. That's what a live stream is. It's an opportunity to answer questions and to rant and stuff. So if it ever stopped being that and I had to stay on task the whole time, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I'm in the DJs category. Fuck. That means there's not going to be a saving VOD at all. All right. Well, maybe Voice of the... Okay, I'm back. If you watched the other VOD, I'm sorry. I was not in the right category. And that is a bad thing. So I was not in the right category in Twitch, which meant that the VODs would not have been saved. So I had to change that. I'm sorry. If you're still here, great. I will try to stay on point as much as possible, but this is a wandering live stream. You have been warned. If you don't want to waste your time listening to me talk about everything from the weather to my dog to religion and politics and answering every random question that comes in and ranting about everything, then this is not the video to watch. That's the mandatory disclaimer at the beginning of the video. If you want that, wait for an actual video to come out because that will likely be a summary of the long form stuff. So in case you haven't noticed, I've stopped posting 3-4 hour videos and posted shorter summation videos. But in addition to that, I'm posting the live streams, and these are all organized on YouTube under the live stream category. Okay, she loves the new apartment. She does. She really does. She wants to come in here on my yoga mat all the time. All right. So what are we doing today? Today we are taking everything that we learned from our 11-hour, 12-hour stream yesterday, which is we are going to be we've already installed Proxmox on this system. We're talking about Proxmox a little bit, and we're going to install Kubernetes from scratch. And last time I did this was 4 years ago, so as I'm repeating myself, but that'll be at the beginning of the video. So I am not a Kubernetes pro, even though I'm paid to do Kubernetes. Right now, I'm writing the deployment for our enterprise container registry Harbor. So, I mean, I guess that's professional. But am I the best Kubernetes person? Absolutely not. There's a million other people to watch. Go watch them. So if you want to see somebody kind of stumble his way through it and remember anything from 4 years ago, then this is the video for you, and that includes beginners. If it's not, then you're demanding a higher level of quality, then go someplace else. Okay, so thank you. So let's do this. Let's say the first thing we have to do is decide how many computers we need for Kubernetes. And I've already started doing this research. And I'm going to tell you right now, we started up a rather large machine. You know what? I'm going to change my view so you can see the screen better. This is pretty small text. So give me a second here. I'll go back to bubble mode. I'll go to bubble mode. I'm a bubblehead now. Okie doke. So I mean, up here you can see the stats, and this was a single VM. So let me just summarize the stats on this machine. I've done it before, but I'll just to give you a sense of it. I have an HP Z640 that's got 128 gigabytes of RAM. Actually, I can show you that. It's really cool. You can go up to Home here and click on Summary, and the summary here will show you the capacity that I have. It's still pretty damn small. Let me zoom in. I'm going to zoom in so you can see it better. And so, yeah, we've got 56 CPUs. You're like, what is going on? Which resources do I use for the server? Well, that's what we're going to talk about. So this is a single tower, right? Now, this particular Proxmox does allow you to zoom in on the individual towers if you had two towers you want to combine them, which I eventually will do, which will give me, 112 CPUs. That's going to be amazing. I can't wait. Hey, Blake. It was only 1/4 of the way through yesterday's stream recording. Yeah. 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 And if you want to jump to the end, so I would either suggest that you wait for the summary videos. This is what I'm going to do this time. I'm going to make a summary video at different points along in the day. Uh, so that there's if you just don't if you don't want to watch the whole thing, you should watch a 10-minute video. Okay. But it's very, 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 very long form. We're going to be here 6, 7, 8, maybe 10 hours. And that includes me reading random chats from my family, and taking breaks and stuff. So, just letting you know. Okay, so these are all a part of it, right? Just a co-working stream. So we need to get Proxmox on here. What do we have? We've got 56 Intel CPUs. That's actually two times, what is it, 13, 14 cores. And we've got 28 gigabytes of RAM. It says 93 gigabytes of hard drive space, but I know for a fact that we have more than that. We have half a terabyte of disk space, which I don't know where it is here. I don't understand why that's not showing all of our disk space. I think it might be just because we're using LLVM and that's like the initial allocation or something. I don't know. So that's what's going on. It has the kernel version and everything. So this is a Proxmox BE, which is a teeny tiny operating system that runs, in which all the other stuff runs. And we spent a good amount of time yesterday getting hypervisor activated and getting getting KVM enabled and getting sub KVM, sub virtual machines within other virtual machines enabled. We got all that done. I'm so sorry that video is so long, but I should probably make a summary video of how to do it, but it wouldn't be useful for you because, it's very specific to what I'm doing here. So our task at hand is, this is how many resources we have. How much of this can I give to Kubernetes? And we have to make a couple decisions too. I'm going to be chatty here because we're going to talk about architecture for a bit. I'd like to just talk a little bit. So we need to make a decision about. I talked a lot yesterday about the ephemeral nature of my home lab and being able to like tear it down and bring it back up. And there's nothing better than Proxmox for that, really, because you can literally just delete it. And we're going to do that. We're going to go ahead and delete our stuff. But there's a bigger conversation we need to have about how frequently do I want my Kubernetes infrastructure to be refreshed. And I'm open to your thoughts on this. So it's power hungry. It doesn't. I mean, some of you are concerned about power because money. Power is more expensive in other places. The HP 640 so far is, we don't know, but it's definitely going to be cheaper than the rack. I showed it yesterday, but I used to have something like 50 computers and 2 racks that I was running, and 3 different switches and stuff, and I wasn't using any of it, so hardly any of it. So this is much better for a home lab or for a small organization. I really believe that. So anyway, let's talk resources. Do I need? Okay, so I already know the different components for Kubernetes that we have to have. So we have to decide what nodes we're going to have and how big they're going to be. And for other people, this is something they could probably do in their sleep. I have to think about it. I've been accused of being overly analytical as it is. So they're not wrong. I generally am. So let's talk about this for a second. So how long do I want my Kubernetes cluster to be there? Do I want to have to reset it all the time? I have a feeling the answer to that is no, I don't. So even though I said that I wanted Proxmox to be ephemeral, it's going to take a while for me to get there. And let me talk about what I mean on that. So right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a Kubernetes cluster by hand, like literally by hand. We're going to go through kubeadm and do all the installation, read the docs and all that. We are not going to use kubespray, not for this one. And we're going to get a Kubernetes cluster up and running with all of its dependencies, establishing a storage class and all that jazz, CNI, ingress, installing Istio with a controller. And I'm going to be emulating our target environment in that cluster. And so once we have that Kubernetes cluster up, now if it dies in the middle of it and I have to rebuild another one, fine. This is a home lab, so nobody's going to die. However, eventually, what I anticipate is going to be, looking forward to the coming months. That cluster will be running, and I'm going to need it. I'm just going to be available at any time. I can just run and just use it right away. I don't even have to fire up Minikube and have it provision something. I can just go use it, just like I use our dev cluster at work. That is the goal, right? But the secondary goal after that is going to be to get good with Ansible playbooks so I can cube spray a brand new cluster up like that, or potentially, use some sort of Proxmox application API integration so that I can maybe make Fluffy, Proxmox Fluffy or something, and I can spin up clusters in a Minikube kind of way, CI/CD pipeline, right? Um, so, and quite frankly, GitOps, right? I talked about GitOps a little bit yesterday, but the right now we just have to get a cluster, right? We have to get a robust cluster that I can do my testing, my job in. But after that, my home lab work will be primarily related to integrating CI/CD and GitOps and Ansible deployment and stuff like that. So why is this relevant right now when we're talking about resources? Because this is a direct factor in making a decision about how much resources we're going to give to the primary cluster that we're making right now. Terraform provided for Proxmox and Ansible. There might be, but as I mentioned, whether we use Terraform or Ansible or our own homegrown GitOps with Proxmox API integration or any of those things, all of those questions about automated cluster creation, kubespray, testing Kubler, microcates, all of that is, to me right now, that is secondary. But I still want to be able to do it. And that is relevant to this exact moment because I need to make a decision about how much resources to allocate to this first cluster, so to speak, right? So, and to that end, so I'm gonna go back to small mode here. So I already allocated a pretty big hunk of resources to this Minikube instance, and I've already learned the first gripe that I have with this situation, and that is that you can't change the name. If somebody knows how to change the name for Minikube here, let me know. So I thought about this. I was like, well, I've already kind of built this out, and I could like snapshot it as a template. I'm already doing self-hosting. You're talking about GitHub? No, you just do. If we're talking about GitHub, I'm going to do my own runners, action runner. You can do self-hosted runners for GitHub, and have, as long as you have access to the internet. So that's what somebody was telling me. That's what we're going to do for that. So yeah, and of course I'm going to be using GHDR for all of my storage, my containers, and everything. Yeah, we definitely are using GitHub Actions. That's the plan. The plan is that's GitOps. That's what it is, right? We use GitHub Actions, and then we have our configurations of playbooks, triggered off of merging of our home lab, the changes to our home labs configuration. So it's configuration over convention over what is it? Configuration over what is it? Convention. I can't remember, but anyway, so. That's the goal, right? And I'm quite frankly, I'm going to be modeling as close as I can to what we have at work. We are doing a cluster deployment right now, cluster deployment automation, and we are doing this thing. We're the same thing. So I'm not going to be stealing, ideas from work, but I am going to be influenced a lot by what we're doing at work because quite frankly, I want to simulate that sort of environment so that I can make it happen. Changing container name is under options. Well, this isn't a container, but options edit. I didn't see it here. Is it over here somewhere? Because I thought it would be here. Virtual machine, no tags. What am I missing? Is there something over there I'm missing? The edit is not on. Maybe it's because it's running. I bet that's it. You think? I'm guessing that's it. Should we go ahead and shut it down? Yeah, I'll shut it down. Yeah. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and stop it. Overall actions to the test. Yeah, I don't care. So let's talk about this. Console hardware cloud init options. It's under cloud init. Minikube. I'm just looking. Options. I must be blind. Name at the top. How am I missing this right here? And go back to options. Name console. More help, create VM, search, no tags. Minikube, name. Yay! I found it. Yep. Thank you. All right, so let's talk about this though, because I mean, okay, so this is a pretty big chunk of resource. I'm trying to decide if I should keep it or not. And I think I am going to keep it. And I think the reason I'm going to keep it is sometimes I just want like a raw, Linux machine. I want a workspace. So let's call it that. Let's call it, I mean, you could call it a Bastion host. You could call it, I mean, it's the equivalent of my Bastion host, right? Um, it's where I go to do Linux things. So it is kind of home in the sense of, I mean, I gave it 16 gigabytes. Could probably change it right now. I mean, and a lot of processors. Uh, I tell you what, I spent a lot of time making this, but I'm definitely not going to template it. That's what I was going to do. What I was going to do is I was going to make it into a template. It's sort of an admin panel, kind of is, right? Um, it is the equivalent of my we have jump hosts or login boxes and that kind of stuff, right? When I don't want to be working on my Mac, I want to be working. Sometimes I need a Linux machine to do development or to do something. I mean, I don't know. Do I need it? I guess here's the thing. If I don't need it, I can always delete it later, right? So, but I put a lot of work into it. Actually, let's just do one thing. There is one small minor thing I want to do on it. So let's rename it and keep it. And I'm just going to call it uh, I don't know, jump. Should we call it jump? Gonna make it jump. We can make it login. We can call it login, or we could call it jump. Um, workspace WS Bastion. Yeah, Bastion's probably the best one. MySpace. It's what it is, but it is a Bastion though. This is if we were setting up an actual system, Bastion would have two NICs in it. One, and it would have rules to go through the firewall. So, and quite frankly, I can actually activate SSH on here and then set it up to be cloud accessible, either by poking a hole for port forwarding or by doing a Cloudflare kind of thing. So this is my Bastion host. This is the one where you're going to get on and do everything else. That also means that I should probably be good about hardening it a little better and some stuff like that. Is this Overwatch theme Kate's to play? Kind of is. So, as in Bastion, I get it. Well, all right. So Bastion's name's been reset. Let's make sure we can access it through here. I mean, I'm wondering where I want to launch my tmux from. I received is that tmux SSH Bastion. I wish the DNS worked. Actually, the DNS server, I thought about pointing my DNS. There is a DNS server that comes with Proxmox, I just saw. And I could use that to centralize all my DNS lookups and stuff. I'm just debating about that. Right now, my never ending story. Right now, we are not using any kind of DNS resolution. Well, we are, but we're using it from my default router. And we were doing Avahi for DNS resolution, which is probably a bad idea in a simulated enterprise environment. That said, I wonder if there's Avahi on here by default. I don't think there is. No. Because this is Bastion, I'm actually going to put Avahi on here. At 1.16. This is kind of, I know, let's put it over here. I shouldn't need password login. I should have default password login off. Wait, we want 17, I think. Yeah. Is the one we want. Is it even on right now? Maybe I killed it. Paramore Bridge. Out in it. What happened to its IP? Oh, I turned it off. Whoopsie. Of course I had to. I had to rename it. I feel dumb now. I'm not rolling a DNS server. I'm not building anything I don't have to build. I have built so many DNS servers. You remember when you used to have to know how to write your own resolve files and stuff? Back in the day. Hey, hi. Thank you for the follow.
Just is now following.
Street Track, hi. Something I'm getting the cert and knowledge. The CE. Yeah. Lurks quietly, hey. I do not love administering bind. I am not that masochistic. So we're going to put Avahi on here. Install Avahi daemon. There's better ways to do this, but this works fast. I get chills talking about it. That dates you. That means you were around for. What is going on? There's kids in the back of the room. Can you hear them? They're loud. You can probably hear me though. Yeah. Wait, it still says Minikube. I gotta change my host name. Damn it. I'd see if I can still remember all the ways to change your host name. I think you actually there's a host management CTL or something now. How do I change my host. You have to change. I know you have to change it in hosts, and then you have to do the host command. And but I think there's some other stuff. MDNS doesn't work. We tried it. We activated MDNS in the network thing, and it didn't work. It didn't work. Well, I used a separate daemon in it, but I know it works. What's livestream about? Livestream right now, this big long live stream is just about me slowly installing Kubernetes in my Proxmox environment. So let's see here. What are we doing? If you would rather watch summary videos, I'll do shorter summary videos. This is gonna be very long-winded and slow. The Avahi stuff works. I did the MDNS stuff and it didn't work yesterday. It didn't. It didn't broadcast to the external hosts. I don't know why. It just didn't work. I looked it up and it didn't work. So hostname -s. Wait. That just changes. Okay, the way that we used to do hostname, I have to make sure it's still relevant, is we would run hostname, change it, and then we would short hostname, no. And then we would change it in etc hosts. I think that there's a CTL now. Ubuntu has a hostname CTL thing. So what is the proper way to change hostname on Ubuntu? See, you gotta understand, I am old, and there's a bunch of stuff that we used to do, like a netstat and ifconfig, and these things nobody uses those anymore. And there, it is hostname CTL. I was right. So I got to make sure that I remind myself how to do it today in modern times. Method 2, enabling editing files manually. There, you found it. Hey, Sandeep, thank you. Set host name. I didn't even have to waste the energy on that API query. New host name. It's really it. That's it, huh? Static. What's the static thing about? I have never seen that before. I remember hostname CTL being a thing. Set hostname. Does this not have completion? Apparently it got changed. Machine ID. Again, this is an educational home lab situation, so I'm taking the time to learn the stuff that I don't know. You can do that. You can edit hostname. That's what I did in the 90s, but that's not what you do anymore. That's not the way to do it. Not anymore. You're supposed to use hostname CD. I mean, you can do it that way. You do what you want, but I want to do it the new way. So, I think I have to be sudo for this. Host name. I probably have to sudo it. No, okay, there we go. Authenticating, set static host name. Authentication is required strategically host name as well as a pre-host name. Authenticating. Yep. Authentication complete. That's pretty fancy. They even put color in there. Oh my god. Bash.shell. Yay. Okay, that looks like it changed it. Let's see. Let's just check just to make sure. We'll edit etc hostname. That hostname. Bastion is changed, and then it should be etc host should have a listing as well. Ah, look at that. So the command missed it. I find that very fascinating that the command missed this. Okay, what did we learn? We learned that the hostname CTL command is flawed. What a surprise. So knowing how to change your stuff by hand is still relevant. especially if you're on systems that do not have a hostname CTL, which is pretty much anything made before 2013, I'm guessing. Um, so, so there, ping, bastion, there. All right, so there, exit,
So there.
and we can now do DNS names. Bastion.local. I probably have to rechange the thing. Nope, doesn't know about it yet. You know what? It didn't know about it because we hadn't changed the host name before we started the Avahi daemon, which means we need to reset the daemon. So, change the name. I mean, we can test that hypothesis right now. Let's test it. This is Minikube, right? So if what you're saying is true, I mean, we can reboot. That's no big deal. So we probably should reboot anyway. And when we reboot, that's going to restart Avahi's daemon. And so it's going to take care of that. That's what we're going to do anyway. When you do that, then it broadcasts everything. Are you suggesting that the MDNS changes in sysctl? Sysctl has MDNS in it, which is the same as the Avahi daemon. But it did not work. And I wonder if it's because we didn't reboot. I'm kind of tempted to look at that. But I know Avahi works, so I don't know how much time I want to spend on that. Next time we build a VM, we can do it that way. We're going to be building a couple of VMs here, and they're all going to have to be synchronized. So, yeah. If we're going to use MDNS across the board, which I think we're probably going to do. All right. I'm old school, so sudo shutdown -r now. System will now reboot. Ping. Wait for it to come back. That was fast. Damn, that was fast. All right, let's try to SSH to the bastion.local. Yep, now it works. It's giving me shit about the name. Permanently added bastion.local. Okay. All right, SSH should do it automatically now because my keys are already there, and we're good. We're good to go. And only 35% of 16 and 14 gigabytes. What's running over here? This is probably a candidate for HTOP and all those fun things. HTOP must be part of extended Ubuntu. I'm guessing it is. Yeah, there's like a lot of cores on that. That's a pretty big machine for, just the Bastion host. But whatever. I mean, that's good because, compiles and things like that will go quickly. I do want to put Neo on here, and for one reason, I want to be able to put it on my thing over there. So I'm just going to take a second to do this. I already did it, but I'm going to do it again. I actually recently had to install Neo because it was broken. Compiled C code. Okay, Neo. Yay, now we have Neo. Why did I do that? Let me show you. It's a small thing, but I've been meaning to do this. Whoops. Damn. I got public passwords attempts like turned off. That's good. I have public key. I'm trying to think. I was short of getting the key over here. I'm just wondering how I'm going to get the key over here. This is getting changed back, don't worry. I like that they changed the defaults. This is great, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm only doing this to copy the file. That's it. Reload. Use Pam? No. Oops. turned it on. This is a really bad idea. Don't do this. I'm just doing it temporarily, I keep saying. You should only be doing it with key. I love the defaults now. These are really great, but I'm trying to go back just to set my key up over there. Login. Oh, the default root password is not set. That's why. Yeah. Actually, if I enable password, I should be able to log in as my user instead, and then just sudo over. Oh. Yep. I still have passwords disabled somehow. I'm trying to log in so I can just activate the login thing. This is not Linux, no. This is Mac. It's a Unix system. It's actually better than Linux by a long shot. I have tons of Linux in my life, though. I streamed from Linux for 2 years, and I actually realized how much it sucked. Hey man, for so long you still know what you're trying to do. Right now, I'm just trying to install Neo on my server. And before that, I told you I was trying to install Kubernetes environment in my Proxmox. If you don't know what that is, do a Google search. Incoming traffic on 422. So yeah, it's still not letting me do an SSH. Password authentication, yes, it says. Permit for login is yes. I feel like it's not reloading the new one. How you doing, Buzzer?
Bears Rust is now following.
SS key authentication is yes, but password authentication. I've done this a million times. SSH config. I feel like it's not reloading the system. Faster authentication is yes. Restart SSH. Pub key authentication, password authentication equals no. Public. Password authentication equals yes. It'll send a clip how to change it here. This should be working. System reload. SSH. Yeah. Max. Hi, Recursion Tree. How are you? Well, drivers constantly. Yeah, I don't care. I don't have anything to prove. First should have public key. Why is it keep saying that? we talking about the same system still? Yeah, we are. Hey, this is got to be PAM authentication getting in the way. This is why I hate secure Linux, SE Linux. I bet SE Linux is enabled on this, and it's the policies preventing it from password authentication, even though SSH has been restarted. It's good I'm doing this because this is. I need to know if they're activating SE Linux by default or not, and I don't know how to check. How can I check if SE Linux is enabled? I'm gonna go look for that. SE status, seriously, that's it? Nice. SSH bastion at local. Yeah. I wonder. Can I force it to do password authentication to test it? I've never done that before, but set SE status. Policy core utils. Okay, that means it's probably not installed. Yep. Check the status of reading SE. Okay, so SE. Well, it's okay. Oh wait, it is there. It is. Okay, so that means it's there. It's just we don't have the tools to look it up. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go get them. I wasn't planning on this, but whatever. This scribble pro setup is returned. Yeah. I mean, it's funny. I've been watching people try to stream with Linux, and they got screen tearing and all kinds of shit that I tried to fix that I got fixed eventually. And they're just having the same exact problems. But they're streaming from Linux. Golly. Disabled. Thank God. Okay. Answer to that question has been made. All right. So that's not the thing blocking it. This is actually important. I know you guys don't think so, but I need to be able to SSH into the system from my primary host. And right now it's not doing it. So there's only a few ways to get around this. I wonder if I can, you know what, I should go put my key. I wonder if, you know what? Oh my God, Proxmox is going to win. Proxmox for the win. I know we can cut and paste from the terminals on the same system. Oh, snap. This is going to be awesome. Yeah. Oh my God. I just realized this is going to totally take care of. Oh my. Okay. I'm totally sold. I am totally sold on Proxmox. This is like one of the few times when you really want like a web-based console because now I can do this. I can do actually, oh no, I'm going to dox my password here for my Proxmox still. You'd have to break into my home network to be able to do anything over here. And I just reimage it anyway. Let's see what we got. Dot shconfig. I should go small mode again. So you guys can see. I know it takes time, but all right. So where did my console go? There we go. So this is a web console, which means who gives a shit? What are you going to do? I don't give a shit if you know my IP. You gonna DDS me? The creator of Hack, um, what's it called? Hack is the number one leaderboard for hackers. What's his name? I asked him point blank in a chat, "Do you mind giving your IP up?" He goes, "Absolutely not. What the hell? I don't care. All it gives up is your location. That's it." And people say, "Oh no, don't give up your IP." They don't know what they're talking about. It's from OPSEC perspective is the only thing you really care about. So, I wish I had you know what? I should actually set up my honeypot right now. That would be fun. We need to do that. Oh no, I gotta stay focused on Kubernetes. We need to stay, we're gonna make a honeypot VM in Proxmox. Yeah. Yeah, baby. You know what's so cool about that? Is I can just reimage it. I could have a honey. Oh my god, this is so cool. I could just keep reimaging the honeypot, and it'll be totally. It won't have a network interface other than the SSH import, so it won't have any. We'll VPN the shit out of it so it doesn't have any outbound access. Yeah. That'll be fun. I can't wait. And then we'll just sit there and we can catch. Can we catch hackers coming into the honeypot and hack them back illegally and not get Twitch mad at us? I don't think we can do that, right? Can we do that? We need to do that. That's the equivalent of Kit of what's his name? Kit. What's the guy who does all the spammers? He owns the spammers. Like setting up a honeypot and owning people that are like coming in to attack you is the equivalent of like owning spammers, phone spammers. Is it funny? Yeah. Anyway, so what are we doing? ls.ssh private key. You want to see my private key? That's even better than my IP. I want to show you. Actually, this is my home system. I don't want to have to reset it all the time. So, fuck you. Actually, I have to paste it. So, ID underscore RSA. Why are they only using RSA encryption? That is not good. cat.ssh slash rs ID sorry rs underscore RSA. Oh yeah, they use the 2056 pig. It's huge. That's how I know. Oh my god, that is a big ass key. RSA is only secure if you have a big ass key like that. Yeah, it's huge. It doesn't even fit on one screen. All right, so now what am I going to do? Now I'm going to pull up Actually, I don't even need to do that. Nope, I don't need to do that. You know what I can do instead? Of course, I can just show the pub key and put that over and authorize against me. Yeah. I mean, that's the obvious thing to do. I don't know why I didn't think of it right away. ID RSK dot pub. Make sure it's dot pub. Oh no, there's my key. Kitboga, yeah. Thank you for that. I could not remember. So we're going to take this key and what are we going to do with it? We're going to copy it because it's a web interface. Normally I talk shit all the time about web console interfaces. This is actually a really good use of one because I can copy it from one thing to another. Normally I would have to get a USB stick out and all kinds of stuff. This is great. I mean, this is really great. All right, so now I can go onto Bastion and I can open up a console and log in as me. This is a console. Otherwise it wouldn't log me in at all. And yeah, okay. So now watch. Doing terminal keeps. We're doing lots of stuff. Yeah. we're installing Kubernetes eventually into Proxmox. Right now, I'm just trying to set up communications between the host and this bastion thing, so I can go back and forth. So, um, so I'm on here now. Now I just need to vi dot ssh authorized keys. Oh no, there's my keys. Look at how these are all ED255. Look at how small they are. Now look at the RSA key. Oh, please tell me it's in my buffer. Oh God, please God. Is it not there? I'm gonna be sad. Console. How come I can't paste? I'm very sad. Truth be told, I don't need to do that. That can be done from here. So I'll do the same thing here. You can see it better anyway. Yeah. Okay. So that it's funny. It's good for copying, but it's horrible for. It's weird. It's like this console is different than the other one somehow. I do not know why. Different form of console access or something. Anyway, let's do dot SSH authorized keys. Go to the end, paste, right click, paste. Yay, RSA key. Big ass RSA key. That's insane. All right, why did I do that? Because, I didn't even have to go over there and sit down. I could just stay here the whole time. This is insane. Proxmox is insane. I love it. All right. No. Enter. Q. Enter. Exit. Get rid of that. Let's go back here. Where's my console? Shell. All right. ls ssh bastion.local. I don't think this has got Avahi set up. Yeah, it doesn't. I think everything has to have Avahi on it for it to work. Copy ID command. You could do that, but you have to have password access to do it, to get your first access to it. And I don't have password enabled. I spent 15 minutes trying to enable it. So yeah, yes, but no. That's generally the way you do that kind of stuff. So this was, I'll show you, because this is like totally denying me. 192.168.1.17, and it's like permission denied, public key, still denied, which it shouldn't be. What am I doing wrong? Oh, RWX Rob at, there we go. So I tried that before and it failed because password. And so by doing that, I didn't have to compromise the security of either system at all. And the reason I did this is very simple. It's kind of a lame reason, but I don't care. I'm gonna do it again. That's the reason. And you're like, well, why? Okay, so that was really the only reason I did all this. Also, I needed to get established communication between the host and this particular VM, my Bastion VM. So I'm glad I did it. Plus, it was a good reminder, and SSH, people got to see how to enable SSH stuff. There we go. Can we take a break now? We got Neo working. I wanted to get my blurry Neo in the background working. It's kind of pretty. That was the only reason. I swear to God. But look at how pretty it is. Isn't that pretty? Especially when it blurs out. I like it when it blurs out like that. Yeah. If you want to install Neo, go get my dot files and run the script. You'll have Neo. You can have it on your own system. It's probably worth talking about a little bit for those of you. And there's at least one of you out there that wants it. ASCII art and stuff like that is super fun if you're into Linux. It's obviously completely useless. Everything okay for now, dude? State of emergency, major state of emergency. More people are dying. There's a lady who called to have an ambulance. The ambulance got stranded. It's insane. She died. It's horrible. I don't know what I can do about it though, so it's kind of frustrating, right? The feeling of hopelessness. You can't really help them out. SSH Sebastian logo. Okay, so VIC Neo. My Neo is alias to Neo-D-C Gold because I want a gold Neo. My Neo is gold. It's gold. It's got gold and red in there. So yeah. All right, back to Kubernetes. I mean, that had relevance. Okay, so Bastion is up and working. The IPs are the same, and the host names are fine. We can, you know what we can do here? We can actually use Bastion as an administrative cluster server as well. So we can fire up Minikube, like for example, Istio. To install and manage Istio, what you have to do is you bring up Minikube and then you use Istio controller and install it into that. And then you use the administrative cluster to fire up your other cluster. So, and that traditionally is all done on a single node cluster, like something like Minikube or something like that. So having Bastion or as, you know, my infrastructure server is actually a good thing. I'm glad we kept it. Well, yeah, you know about Fishies, right? This is my own custom version of Fishies. It's got transparency in it. The other one doesn't. Also has RWX on it in it. Yep. So, what else? So let's go back to allocating to building VMs. I am super tempted to build these VMs from a script, and that would be much more fun. So, what do you think? Should we do it? Should we do the whole thing? Should we learn the Proxmox API while we're building the cluster? It's gonna take us 2 weeks. We have to have the cluster built by tonight, by the end of the day, today or tomorrow. I can't go longer than I need it. I need to be running stuff on it. So we got a lot of stuff to build on it. So yeah. I mean, maybe what? How hard is the Proxmox API? Does anybody know? Apparently, there's a Proxmox command line thing that you can totally do. This is another reason to have a Bastion host, right? Because I can run all my scripts from there. You know what? Look. I like writing scripts for things instead of writing down the notes about what to click on, right? So let's do that. Let's do that. I don't feel like that's a big departure. In fact, congratulations. What is that? You sent me the Proxmox API. V helper scripts. Wow, this looks cool. This looks cool. Bash. I can write in any scripting language. I've committed to every major scripting language repository. I maintained the INI for Ruby for a while. Perl, Python, whatever. Bash is what I use most of. Bash is kind of the language of cloud native. Terraform has a Proxmox provider. Are you fucking kidding me? Seriously? Oh man, I might actually have to learn Terraform. Yeah, I've heard that. I mean, I don't like HCL. It doesn't matter. There's so many ways that we could do this, and that's why I'm pausing. I'm trying. I guess I'll try to verbalize what I'm thinking. What is the goal? So, for those of you who are still confused, and a few of you keep saying that, we are setting up a Kubernetes environment. If you don't know what Kubernetes is, this is not the place to learn about it. We are setting up a Kubernetes home lab environment that I'll be using to do business enterprise testing. And we're going to do it, and we're going to make all the same vanilla. When you set up Kubernetes, you have to pick all the components to go to it. So that's going to be the main thing. We have to spec out. So to build Kubernetes, you have to have a whole bunch of machines, a whole bunch of computers. You can do it all on one computer, but you shouldn't. Not in this case, right? So this is what we need. We need 3 machines for the control plane, which used to be called master nodes. That's not what it's called anymore. If you call it a master, there's tons of there's. If you hear if you read out on the internet, if you're searching about Kubernetes and you read about master nodes and worker nodes, the term master was given up from Kubernetes 4 years ago. People are still using it because of the word master got canceled. So I'm not going to get into that. I think that was kind of silly. I don't think it was ever related to slavery at all. But if there's at least one person who thinks so, I don't give a shit. Let's get rid of it. Main is actually smaller to type. Git also changed and everything Git main now instead of master. So don't use the word master. Master is bad. And anyway, you're going to see master and plane out there, and that's short for control plane. Control planes. So when you have a Kubernetes cluster, you have 3 control planes that are running etcd and other services. We're not going to break down Kubernetes architecture today, right? And they're all running kubelets, so they all communicate and everything. And basically, the idea is that you fire up stuff, and your kubectl command communicates indirectly with the masters, and submits jobs and all kinds of different things, and checks on things, and then that stuff gets scheduled and put in some way, depending on how. Kubernetes is all about the different way to run stuff. There's just tons of different ways to run stuff, and so the worker nodes are the ones that do the work. They all have a container engine on them. It's just like Docker on steroids ish. If the steroids turned you into a mutant that can't walk anymore. But so the immediate task is we need to create virtual machines, and there's at least 4 ways of doing that, right? So the first way is I can just go into Proxmox and make them, right? Just make them. I can just go make them. I could actually snapshot what I would do if I was going to do. Let's go through what I would do if I was going to do that. I'm not going to do that, but let me tell you what I would do if I was going to do that. I would make one VM that represents my control plane, and I'd give it the allocated resources for a control plane node, and which is probably like one core, and I don't know how much RAM, maybe 8 gig of RAM. I don't know how big this thing needs to be. I mean, considering that a lot of people would do this, a lot of changes. Hey, Sina, it's been a while. Yeah, I'm back. You can check us out on YouTube. I'm not going away. So by deploying to okay, so we can make one. So one of the ways to do this is make a virtual machine. I mean, you could buy the hardware for all this, which we're not going to do. I had that before. We're going to make a virtual machine, size it appropriately, 1 gig, whatever, probably 8 gig of RAM. 8 gig, I'm saying like 8 gig is pretty low. So 8 gig of RAM, 1 CPU, maybe 2 CPUs, but one's pretty fine for an etcd. We're going to have 3 of them, and they're going to work in tandem, in a quorum. I actually read a blog the other day that says you need at least 2 for control plane. I was like, you idiot. You should not have 2 control planes. And if you don't understand why, you don't know Kubernetes at all, stop making blogs about it. And so you need 3. Why do you need 3? Because you have to have at least one to break the tie when it's this algorithm for deciding who wins, but that way all three of them can participate equally. And you want that for HA. You could get away with one. So you're either up or down, but in this case, we want to actually sort of simulate what we would have in the environment. So three control planes in home lab is pretty nice. Most people will then also make those three control planes worker nodes. But that's, if you've got the resources, that's a bad idea, because you don't want your worker jobs to interfere with etcd, because that would affect everything. The whole point of Kubernetes is offloading all this work in a way that can be distributed. So in my world, a minimum home lab cluster has 3 computers for etcd for control planes and 3 for workers. You can have 1 for worker, but I think 3 for workers, right? The maximum number of pods you can put on a single worker according to Kubernetes is 110. I just read that. There is a total maximum number of pods for the entire system. You can look up that number. I didn't look that up, but so I mean that's plenty, right? Because if you have 3 nodes, and you want to test like really high number of pod sorts of things, that would give you upwards of 300-400 potential pods, which is a lot of room. That's a lot of room especially for a home lab. To my way of thinking, that's like 2 steps up from Minikube. 1 step up from Minikube would be a single node cluster that you set up using kubeadm as opposed to Minikube. Which why would you do that? Because it's like much harder. And the only reason I would do that was because I wanted to have more control over the networking ingress and stuff like that. And Minikube does all kinds of crazy shit that is trying to help you, but ends up not. And okay, so that's what we would do, right? We would build a VM. I could do that right now. I probably could have done it faster than I could have told you about it. And then I would make a template, which is a new thing I just found out. And you could template that VM, and then you could like duplicate it, right? Because to make that VM, I got to go through Debian install. I got to put all my shit on there and everything. And I could probably create a cloud init platform and everything, and then configure it that way and pull it all down. There's so many ways to build the first one, right? But the really cool thing about Proxmox, which I didn't know about, is this template thing. So you can make a VM, snapshot it, or turn it into a template, and then you can actually instantiate 3, 4, 5 more of those. So if you need 2 more of those, you just say I want 2 of those, which is super cool. I mean, that's like super duper cool all by itself. And so that's the first way to do it. And that's the way I was going to do this going into it. The second way to do this would be to do all of that same stuff, but to use Proxmox API helper scripts. And that's kind of cool, because I could script it however I wanted to. I could write it in Bash and Go or whatever. And I wouldn't have to use their scripts. Not working on ZFS, then why would you use this? Bashing Podman? Hell no. Nobody uses wget who knows what they're doing. I use curl instead. They got ad blocker. They got a bunch of stuff here. Okay, so this is kind of cool. I gotta admit that rolling my own bash scripts to deal with Proxmox, or writing my own Go utility that uses Proxmox to build my different cloud configurations is actually really, really appealing. How you doing? So thank you for that. That would include things like, I could make my Flurry application use Proxmox. Great. And so then the next way to do this would be to use Terraform. Now, why would we go to the hassle of learning Terraform? Actually, there's 2 other ways: Terraform or Ansible, right? I don't think Ansible can be used to spin up VMs. That's actually a substantial difference between Ansible, which is mostly configuration management. You can do deployment with it, but and creating hardware, VMs ish, virtualware, I guess. So you see what I'm saying? Now, what are the advantages of all of those? We're talking about this because I have to make a decision. This is helping me think through it. Plus, it's also, if you're trying to think about it, it might help you make a decision, right? So if we're going to do an Ansible thing, The advantages of the Ansible thing would be that it would, if my team has figured out how to instantiate. I don't think they have actually. What they have, my team has an Ansible playbook that they run on an absolute bare bones Red Hat machine. So the creation of the machine is like the VM in this case would be we would still have to do the template thing, right? We still have to start or a Proxmox thing, whatever it is we need. We still need to instantiate the hardware. It's equivalent of buying a piece of hardware and putting it in the environment. You know, starting up or spinning up a VM is not something that is included it's not included in the Ansible thing by itself. There would still have to be something else, right? But what would be the advantage? The advantage would be that I could simulate. You can use Cloud Init, but the problem with Cloud Init is, we tried Cloud Init 3 years ago. Cloud Init is amazing, but we started pushing Cloud Init's boundaries. We're like starting to do configuration management with Cloud Init. All of these things overlap one another, and that's the confusing part to a beginner. They all overlap. You can, Cloud Init does not instantiate a new VM, but it is the thing that runs right away after you start a bare bones Ubuntu VM. You can run Cloud Init and it will do the thing. It's one of the reasons I use Ubuntu is because I love Cloud Init, but that's a very Ubuntu-ish kind of way to do it, right? So there are pros and cons to all of them, and the Terraform mention though is significant, and I want to talk about it. The reason that Terraform being mentioned is important is because Terraform is a skill that will get you money. Will Ansible learning get you money? Yes, it will also get you money. What won't get you money? Learning how to talk to Proxmox. Not going to get you money. It's not a skill anybody's worth paying for. Not anybody with money anyway. I mean, the people that are running Proxmox on-prem, they are not big enterprises, as far as I know. In fact, I'm going to put that out there, if you know of a large organization, and I mean large, substantial, more than 5,000 employees, who is using Proxmox for anything besides home labs, I want to know. I want to know about it. I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. I love it. So far, I really love Proxmox, but it is not enterprise software. It claims to be. It's trying to be. But Terraform is enterprise software. Very much so. It's developed by Amazon, et cetera, et cetera. It wasn't developed by them, but it kind of grew up by them. And knowing how to set up Terraform and run it is a core DevOps skill. Kind of the original DevOps idea, which is originally DevOps had more of a I'm a cloud person kind of idea, right? When it was first came out, it's changed radically. DevOps means all kinds of different things now. But anyway, so it used to be if somebody said you were a DevOps person, it meant you knew containers, you knew cloud, you knew at least one or two major cloud providers APIs, and you could use Terraform and Prometheus, and you could use all the cloud apps. Basically, you could cloud appify a thing, and it doesn't always mean that anymore. DevOps is a very problematic term. I don't use it very often. That's why I'm saying all that. So anyway, then we've got OpenStack. I've worked with OpenStack. I hate it. I absolutely despise it. The team is, oh God help you if you have to actually work with that team. I'm sorry, shots fired, right? I don't care. That's my experience. I'm telling you my experience. One of the worst teams that I have ever had to engage with. Talk about if you're not doing it our way, you're an idiot kind of mentality. I could be wrong, but there's one thing that will turn me off from a project more than anything else, and that is a governance team that is too full of themselves. And I'm not the only one saying that. There's a lot of people. Tony Paul loves OpenStack. He's been pushing OpenStack. He uses it all the time, all over the place. So don't take my word for it. That's just my experience. I don't want anything to do with it. Plus, it's all Python, like all of it. If you even breathe a word about another language in a forum about OpenStack, they will roast your ass. They're just the worst of technology bigots over there. In my experience, I am going to get so much hate mail for saying what my experience is. Make your own decisions, people. Get to know them. Maybe you'll absolutely love it. I don't know. I don't want anything to do with it. To be fair, I have a friend who's running OpenStack at home. He's running OpenStack at home. Let's talk about that for a second, okay? Running OpenStack at home on your home lab is still not going to. They don't have a run environment. I don't think. Do they? Does OpenStack have the equivalent of a Proxmox virtual environment? I don't think they have one. I'm going to ask. Should we ask ChatGPT? Let's ask the internet first. How about that? Does OpenStack have a virtual environment? I mean, it's designed for managing all this stuff. Full virtual resource to build. I mean, it's kind of the same thing as Proxmox. What? You just upgraded 8.2 from 7.4 and now Terraform times that with Proxmox. Damn. See, this is the consideration, right? Compatibility between systems. Terraform is not testing their shit on Proxmox. I guarantee it. Yeah. So, are you talking about Proxmox 8.2? 8.27? Yeah. Okay, so this is relevant. All of this is very relevant. The conversation about OpenStack and the conversation about Proxmox and how we spin up stuff is very relevant because OpenStack is an enterprise grade offering for spinning up stuff. Until recently, damn. That's good to know. Thank you for sharing. I'm glad I didn't do Terraform then. If the Terraform people are not keeping their stuff in sync with Proxmox, I don't want anything to do with it. Because I don't want to be hobbled by being stuck on a version. I mean, that's like the biggest problem. There are 10K VMs that they manage. Oh my god. Use OpenStack at work here. 10K plus VMs that they manage. Yeah. A lot of people use OpenStack. Are you talking about OpenStack or OpenShift, by the way? They're different. You know that, I'm sure. Okay. So, activated Python virtual environment. The words Python virtual environment just make me cringe. I can't believe people still use it. Open source cloud computing infrastructure. Most widely deployed open source cloud software in the world. Yeah. Deployed by thousands, proven production at scale. OpenStack is a set of software components provided. Blah 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 blah
Grumpy
blah.
Western is now
Grumpy
following.
Western, how are you? I love your name. You don't work on that team work. Logins to manager stuff in some cases. Really. So, if there could be a strong argument could be made to run OpenStack at home.
Cybergear is now following.
A very very strong argument could be made to run OpenStack at home instead of Proxmox. It's a much more relevant skill set as you're reading, right? Nobody's going to pay you to do Proxmox, but Proxmox is nice and small and easy to use. Same reason people use Swarm versus Kubernetes. Nobody's going to pay you to do Swarm, but it's easier. So it really depends on what your goals are. I mean, they're also not going to pay you to use Minikube except for as a tool. Do you need to review the provider in Terraform and make an update? Support the new version of Proxmox? Do not know. So what I want to know, like if I was going to install OpenStack at home, which I am not. First of all, it's also a Red Hat tech. It's Red Hat now because I think it got moved over from IBM. Red Hat's IBM these days. It's pretty complex. Oh, it's extremely complex. Absolutely. It's way overly. And if you tell them it's too complex, they'll tell them you're too stupid to understand it. The reason I hate OpenStack is because it is the quintessential example of over-engineering, unnecessary over-engineering. And the people that run the project think you're full of shit if you say that. And by the way, that is IBM. IBM, in many ways, there's a lot of teams at IBM. I worked there a long time. There's a lot of teams at IBM that think that they are God's gift to the world, and if you have problems with it, it's user error and not them. And then they build these incredibly overly complex systems in the ivory tower, and they don't even ask users if they want them, and they push it down their throat. Happens all the time. And OpenStack is just like diseased with that kind of thing. It's overly complicated. So is Kubernetes, by the way. Kubernetes is the same thing. It just came from Google. Same exact sickness. The reason that Nomad and HashiCorp, the reason that HashiCorp as a company is so phenomenally amazing, in my opinion, is because they have managed to stay extremely wise and intelligent in the ways of IT architecture and simple. They've kept stuff simple, except for Terraform. Terraform with HCL, ugh. And Vagrant, they finally updated. They've made a couple of mistakes, but they generally tend to, in my opinion, HashiCorp is one of the most amazing companies in the planet because they have kept things simple. They have not necessarily over-engineered things, and they have also done really intelligent stuff. And to me, that's like the holy grail. So anyway, so why would you use OpenStack? If you want to be, more breaks on Proxmox upgrades than a distro I've had, right? The reason, okay, so this is one of the reasons I didn't want to use Proxmox, okay? When I first tried Proxmox 3 years ago, I tried to throw 16 machines at it and it had all kinds of bugs. And that was when I knew I was swimming upstream. It's too big of a thing. So I am giving it a shot again. So far I've been really happy with it, but I'm extremely leery of spending a lot of time. I mean, I'm kind of talking myself out of using the API at this point. I'm kind of talking myself into using Ansible and just if I'm going to do any scripting at all, it's going to use the command line tool. I have a single server each. Others have 3 nodes. You have 3 separate. You have 3 separate Proxmox instances. There are 3 nodes. Yes, yeah, but you never get. Most people that actually don't complain about Proxmox have less than 3 or 4 nodes. They never get. I had 16 or 17 of them, and it was not working. It just does not work. Keep it simple, focus on priority, add complexity later. I think you're right. So again, somebody mentioned Terraform, and I got kind of tempted to try that, right? And I'm easy to distract. 100 terabytes. Yep. I'm going to be building a TrueNAS box later. We're going to talk TrueNAS in November. I want you guys to teach me how to make a TrueNAS box. I've never done it. All these smart people. So I'm done with SFFS. I heard it's like it's cool, it's bad. It's cool, it's bad. It's cool, it's bad. I'm not doing SFFS. I'm going to stick with TrueNAS and go that way. That's also closer to simulating what we have at work. And then I'm actually going to name my storage class the same as our DC NAS at work, so that my storage class emulations of my enterprise environment are exactly the same. That abstraction layer is good. So I've talked myself out of using Terraform. I've talked myself out of using Ansible. Actually, the really great thing about Ansible is that you can take Ansible and you can build. I bet there's probably Proxmox rule sets for Ansible already, because Ansible's like everywhere. I do like Ansible, but I don't know. I want to see what the command line is for TrueNAS was not BSD anymore. Is that true? I have no idea. Well, it's Debian. Well, I know it's Debian because I was just on it. Yeah, let's go check. It's definitely Linux. Yeah. When did that happen? When was it BSD? This is it. This is a PE. This is the PVE right here. So you had to set up an Ansible play with creative VMs via the Proxmox CLI. Yeah. Pull that a bunch of server nights. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's exactly what I'm thinking of doing too. Because you know why I like that with the Ansible thing? Because I can completely overlay the Ansible playbooks with what we're going to be using at work. So we're going to have playbooks that are going to spin up clusters, right? And at work we have different playbooks that configure endpoints. And the only thing I would have to have different from work would be a set of playbooks that spin up Proxmox VMs. So I could have a set of so I basically have this tiny little set of I have a playbook just for dealing with Proxmox if it doesn't already exist. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I'd spin up VMs, I'd spin up my VMs, and then everything else directly matches what I would have at work directly, because I'd run a set of playbooks for configuring the VM. I mean, the ones that we have are designed for Red Hat, which, you know, I don't know about that. I'm tempted. I'm partially tempted to start some VMs in Red Hat, and so that I can really directly match. Hell, if I did that, I would even hit bugs that we were going to hit and work at the enterprise level. But I've told everybody before that my goal with the home lab is not to keep my skills good as an infrastructure engineer. It's to get, you know, to the point where I'm doing API development and can test it against an actual cluster. So I got to be careful about this. A lot of you, some of you, at least one person out there is thinking, why is this guy still talking? He's not doing anything. Because this is saving a tremendous amount of time by making these architectural decisions, informed decisions up front, rather than running down, you know, Terraform and learning HCL. I'm really glad I didn't do that. There's no Terraform in my work environment right now at all. There's no desire to use it. If my work environment had it, then I would be more inclined to do it. If I was trying to get a job, maybe I would want to do a Terraform thing. I'd maybe want to keep the Proxmox Terraform. But now that I know Proxmox and Terraform are not even in sync, I don't want anything to do with it. Ansible, however, is a part of my immediate job. It's being used all over the place for configuration management and for deployment, even in some things. So really strong Ansible skills. I actually went through a week of training from Red Hat for the first level of Ansible. And I need to keep my Ansible skills sharp because they immediately relate to my job. And so if I'm going to do that, Bash scripting, Go programming, those things are all direct. So any of that stuff, Proxmox is not an essential skill, but it is essential for me to spin up the nodes so that I can do all the other things. And it's the simplest way to do that, by the way, versus, you know, running libvirt manager and KVM, stuff like that. So that rehashes that. I've now got a solid strategy about what I want to do. Why is this guy still talking? Hey, Kip, how you doing? Yeah, so area management stuff. Yeah. So I actually do kind of want to. So the creation of VMs, this is not something that I can look to work for because, you know, at work they're all hardware and they're spun up by our infrastructure team. The configuration of them, however, is probably a thing to do. So rather than using Cloud Init in my case, let's talk about Red Hat versus Ubuntu at this point. Somebody said, does anybody hear who said it? Somebody said that you can use actual Red Hat. Why am I talking about this? Because we already have Ansible playbooks that I can kind of like look at to configure our Red Hat exactly as it's configured in our environment, but that's based on specific hardware. I think just having a general Red Hat would be the thing. I'm trying to decide. I mean, I don't like Red Hat. I mean, I like it, but what I'm trying to decide is if I want to be slowed down by maintaining knowledge of how to manage Red Hat systems, by managing VMs, you know, on Red Hat versus, because I can't remember anything about Red Hat, how to install or anything. However, the Ansible playbooks and stuff that we have already to configure our Red Hat, my environment would be closer to the one that I have at work. And I mean, you might not think that matters, but that comes down to like whether how you're doing, you know, what commands are installed. You know, a lot of Ubuntu's got a lot of like, what is that one, net something? There are several commands that are there that you're not going to get on Red Hat, right? So, you know, if our cluster went to shit and I had to get onto Red Hat and I had to run system level commands like to debug an ARP storm or something, which I've had to do in the past, having the same commands, you know, makes sense. I was using it, but yeah. Yeah, if you guys like Terraform, look, I please don't feel attacked, by the way, if you don't like my conclusions. I'm just talking here. Then the question comes up, should I use Rocky Linux or should I use Red Hat And in order to use Red Hat, you have to provide your subscription ID. And I think you only get 16 total, but you're using the actual Red Hat. All the VMs. Alpine? Well, I think you're missing the point. You can't put a storage class in Alpine. I love Alpine. Alpine's my favorite Linux distro, period. But I don't think. No, the main the only reason for the VMs is because we have a single machine and I have to cut it up. That's the main reason. The conversation about what OS to run is, I mean, Alpine would be great if it could do all the stuff that I wanted to do. Yeah. Ubuntu distribution has the best dock on a Kubernetes site. Yeah. You get it working on Ubuntu first. Yeah. Well, that's the one I know the best too. If I was like in a time crunch. There are kind of two directions here we could go, and I want to talk about this. One of them is just get the thing up as fast as possible because the infrastructure is not your primary concern in your home lab. Using the infrastructure is, and that really describes my case. And that's why I had Ubuntu on everything before. The second approach is, and this is particularly if you're just starting out as an engineer, it is to seek to understand the infrastructure. Like if you're an infrastructure engineer and your primary goal is getting really good at maintaining and troubleshooting all of the moving parts, including all the OSs involved and Kubernetes on top of that, then modeling the infrastructure that I have directly with Red Hat or Rocky or something like that makes more sense, right? It makes more sense because you're going to be maintaining those skills. And Ubuntu is definitely going to be the fastest. So I think you talked me into it. I think you're right, Neuron. If you know what, and we already talked about that, right? So the goal of this first cluster is just get a cluster up so I can do my testing as fast as possible, which means using this stuff I know. And honestly, if the command to spin up a VM is like a few lines, I might go ahead and just do it that way. Learning Kubernetes or like LXC Docker and so on, yes. Hey, Motors. In fact, I don't even think I'm going to, you know what?
Now following.
All of the extra stuff, they're using the API, they're using Proxmox, they're using Terraform, they're using Ansible, all that stuff, that's all day 2 stuff. Right now, I got to stay focused on the primary task at hand, which is getting a Kubernetes cluster, and I don't even have machines to install Kubernetes on. We still have 4 hours or 5 hours of work of Kubernetes configuration to even get to that point. So, based on that, we're going to go with Ubuntu. And I'm also just going to make them right here. I've talked myself into that. We gotta get moving. So we're gonna make a small one, and I don't even know how to do this. So maybe learning the Proxmox UI is the goal for this first part here. So here we go. Let's do this. Let's make this. We'll call another node home. Wait, what? Oh, whoops. Over here, create VM. What is up with the name here? Oh, here it is. Let's call this one. Okay, what do we call ours? Kate's control 1. You could say plain 1 or something. Actually, let's make this. Should we make it a template? I don't know how this works. Resource pool. I have no idea what I'm doing, so this is great. We do want this to start on boot. I'm gonna have to install this. Start, shutdown, order. Start delay, none. We want this to be first to boot, by the way. We want the control stuff to boot before the workers, but it doesn't matter. They'll wait around. OS, use cd disk image. We already have Ubuntu downloaded, so we can just go get that. Somebody said to change the guest OS type to Linux. Yeah. Version 6. This is taking a long time. Just this is taking a long time. Graphics card. Default. CBS. We don't care. We're a SCSI single, SCSI controller. We really don't need a SCSI controller. Disks. 30 gig. It seems kind of big, actually. I feel like that's kind of big. I don't know. We'll try. Cache. Default. No cache. SSD emulation. No. It's going to be ZFS. Looks like it is. CPU. One socket. One core. Host. We don't need any of the other optimizations we decided. Memory. I think 4 gig is the minimum. Why would you go 4 cores for a control plane? You don't need that many. I don't think. Access resource. Hi, Nino. Oh, you're welcome. So let's see here. I mean, how many cores I have? I have like 56 total cores. I don't want to. Okay, so 246 plus 246. I mean, we're still gonna have plenty. I'm like kind of freaking. Let's give it at least 2 cores. At least 2 cores and 8 gig of RAM. The worker nodes are going to do the most thing. We don't want etcd to be slow, though. Because it slows everything else down. Yeah. Let's give it 2 cores, I guess. It made me feel subconscious. You can always change it later, by the way. Let's do 8 gigabytes of RAM. Two cores is fine. I mean, 1 core is you're probably gonna really get hub now. Yeah, this is just gonna be etcd. It's just a control plane. It's not gonna be doubling as a worker node. So I feel like I'm being really generous. In fact, yeah. Looks interesting. We're doing Kubernetes stuff. We're installing Kubernetes into a home lab environment. It's not security related. It's just operations kind of stuff. What is... I always have to look this up. $2048. Oops. See, a lot of people would have that memorized. I do not. Minimum memory. What is minimum memory about? I do not know what that's about. A network device. I do not like bridging, but we've been doing it lately, so that's probably when we start to do kubelet stuff, I think it's going to get in the way. I really do. But we're going to do it. Nubiland. Confirm value 2 cores host 496. All right, we're going to make this. What's the name? Finish. Okay. Start now. And then we're gonna image the thing, and then we're gonna snapshot it and make 2 more, which would be hard to do if we were just building them out. So we have to actually install a bunch of. I mean, this is the thing where I could have used Cloud Init for this, but this is actually one of the reasons I like Ubuntu. It's got such a better thing. Let me change the view so you can see. You can't see. It's too small. All right. I mean, we could get. I think we could probably get our control points up today, if nothing more. I'm just gonna zip through this. So you want English. Again, if you're using Cloud Init or something else in setup image, you don't have to do this every time. Ain't beneficial much. That's on this. Wait, what kind of language? I mean, it really depends on the job. I'm not telling you that to dodge your question. It really depends on the job and what you want to do. Operations people need to know more languages than senior software engineers who are focused on like a particular application or software area. Like you're gonna be a game dev, learn C++. The end. It just depends. It honest to God, if you're gonna be a hacker, learn as many languages as you can. Third-party drivers. I'm not gonna. I guess we're gonna do third-party drivers. I don't care. 18 done. This does make me wonder about IP addressing. We don't want etcd and all that stuff to change this IP address, and I don't want to have to manage all those IP addresses in. That's a tough question. I'm probably gonna have to see. That's kind of arguing me if you use a centralized DNS and to point my laptops and everything at that DNS. All the VMs use the same DNS though, so that's probably good. I mean, it depends. Senior software engineers can focus on a single language and get good with that language. I would. I don't code in anything but Go these days. I code in C because when I have to, and Bash, and Python when I have to. I love Perl, but there's no need for it. Again, we're only doing this once, and then we're gonna copy it. We're gonna copy this one. Frankly, I'm gonna make my worker nodes the same size as my. The worker nodes should probably have some more RAM on them because it can fit more pods on there. But I'm gonna clone the template. I'm gonna set up this machine and then I'm gonna clone it. What we should be doing is we should be putting the kubelet software and all that stuff, control kubectl, all that stuff should be put on there. Such a time saver, I agree. So this actually, I'm starting to think that we should create a template called the Kate's node, because it has to have kubelet on there. It has to have, you know what I mean? What are all the things that Kate's node has to have? And once we have that, oh God, here we go. your server's name. Case control 1. Pick a username. My super secret password. I really don't need SSH, but I'm going to put it anywhere. Import SSH keys. This stuff, again, this is another reason I like Ubuntu. Ubuntu is so good. Red Hat doesn't do anything like this. It is so quick at doing what you want to do. Ubuntu is so amazing. I really like it. We're not going to install Kubelet or any of that stuff. And again, we're going to spend time setting this node up, and then we're going to snapshot and template it. I should probably snapshot it along the way so I can roll it back. So don't let me forget to do that. Because I might make a mistake. I might put the wrong thing on there, and I want to be able to go back to a clean version. That's why I use VMs. VMs are so great. They're so good for education. They are. They're tremendously for education. You can take a totally screwed up machine and then save it, and then fix it and save it, and then you can actually have it like the answer in the back of the book and provide both of the VMs to the student, and they can look at the one that's been fixed. You know, like rolling releases. Yeah. Yes. Curtain command target. So again, this install, we're only gonna have to do this once. And if I had been thinking, I would have snapshotted the, well, no, because the resources are different, so that wouldn't have worked. So now we can reboot this guy. It'll complain about the CD and it'll come back. The thing is so great about using VMs like this is the same thing you would get if you were, booting up a USB stick. I'm really glad I went with Proxmox. I'm glad you guys convinced me to go with it. Look at that. That's so gorgeous. Does OpenStack have a virtual environment? I assume it does. All right, so case control 1. All right, so we can actually log into it now. And from here, from Bastion, we're gonna log in from Bastion. Actually, let's do this. Let's no, we can actually I can just do it from my laptop. I just do SSH into, oh, again, it doesn't have Avahi on there. Let's take a moment to look at DNS, just to look at it. I don't know how to do it. I know how to do it, I just don't know how to do it here. First of all, DNS server 1, hosts, home.local. This isn't a server. This is just the host setup for this machine. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay, never mind. There is I thought I saw a DNS server on here. There is not. So I'm going to put Avahi on everything. Yep. We're going to have to change the name. I'm trying to decide when to put the stuff on it. Okay, so let's take an image of this. Let's take an image of this. Shut down. Yes. And clone, convert to template. I don't know if it's too early to do this. In the Proxmox, if you put the QEMU guest agent on there, IP on the status page for the VM of Proxmox. Really? Is it a Proxmox QEMU guest agent? Is that what you're talking about? That needs to go in the template too, then, right? Yeah, that's probably a good idea to put that in that by default. So apparently this is a template now. Can you start the template? You should have to install a QEMU guest agent. Nice. Guest not running. Vim command start successful. Okay, so apparently you can't. All you can do is clone this now. Can I make any changes to it? I don't know. I've never used Proxmox, so I don't know what I'm doing. Options. Name. Edit. Kate's node. Let's call it Kate's node. Can I save it? Kate's node. Alright, so now it's a template apparently. Error, you can't start a VM. What does it say? If it's a template, good. That's what we want. I kind of want to say Ubuntu base or something. No, I know, but I don't. That's what I'm saying. I want to save a template of just Debian for other stuff. Of just Ubuntu. Let's do that. I'm kind of preparing for the future here. So this is it's a base Ubuntu template. So Ubuntu. The thing about it is, can you can't install anything on the template. I kind of like the cloning idea better, actually. Because then it can actually also run it and update it. Does that make sense? I don't know if I like the template idea. Because, okay, so let's just clone this. VM, target node, home, yes. You keep 3 templates that are basis for each? Yes. That's what I was just going to do. But literally nothing's on it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about doing. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's change this one. That's exactly what I was thinking. So Ubuntu 24.04, right? Not a valid host name. All right. Yeah, that's what I'm glad we're in agreement. I think that's a great idea. All right. So it hasn't picked it up yet. There it goes. I like that because then I don't have to go through that step again. We are going to have to change the host name though and all that. So that's an Ansible thing. And Ansible's got all kinds of rules already for doing that. So yeah. I'm resisting the Ansible urging right now. All right, so clone name. We're going to call this Kate's Control 1. Research below, I don't know. Linked clone. What is a linked clone? What is that about? Modern storage drivers support a way to generate fast linked clones. Such a clone is a writable copy whose initial contents are the same as original data. Creating a linked clone is nearly instantaneous and initially consumes no additional space. They are called linked because the new image still refers to the original. Unmodified data blocks are read from the original image, but this has got to be a ZFS thing. But modifications are written and after it on the new location. This technique is called copy on write. This requires that the original volume is read-only. Approximately one can convert any VM into a read-only template. Such templates can later be used to create linked clone efficiently. That's why I would make a template. What? So that's what's up with the template. That is so cool. That is some pretty amazing tech. Wow. I am blown away by that. Kill it each night and pull the latest from Ubuntu. Oh, really? And then you just rebuild it? That's so cool. That is really cool. That's what I want to do. I want to get to that point. I'm not there. Talk about ephemeral. That is super cool. You got to talk to me about that later. Your clone VMs are fulls. Because otherwise... Yeah, I see what you're saying. So have you automated the pulling of a base clone every night with Cloud Init or something? Otherwise you can't do the template. Oh wow, that is so cool. That is really cool. Yeah. So okay, so I'm gonna play with the template though for now. And then I mean I can't get rid of the template until this. I'd have to redo my whole cluster, right? I mean, this is all second day stuff, so I think I'm fine for now. Edinburgh customize. Keep my guest agent, right? Huh. That is super cool. All right, let's do this. I gotta go faster. Well, okay, so I cloned one. Let's build out a Kubernetes node, and then we'll clone that. Right? Your fine as your. Yeah, it does. I mean, in the long run, that'd be really great. So, yeah. I mean, you could make the argument that I could get all of Kubernetes running right here, and then I could just clone these things to create. God, I could do that. I could totally do that. I could make one control plane in one node and get the entire Kubernetes cluster working on that, and then just clone those and change the values. That's what we should do. Otherwise, you have to like do all the signature stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's the way to do this. That's so cheating though. I feel like I'm cheating. Yeah. Yeah. You got a description like Kubernetes, yeah. Yeah, that's another way to do it too. Yep. How do you delete it? Console more. Remove. Please enter the ID to confirm 102. All right, we're gonna do. We'll call it Kate's node. We're gonna do a Kate's node clone, and then we're gonna build it up, and then we're gonna snapshot that, and then that'll be a Kate's node that has all the basics for Kubernetes on it. So let's do that. So let's clone this guy, and we'll take a break. Kate's node. So what does a Kate's node have in it? And I guess it's a link clone. It's fine. So what does the Kate's node have in it? We're going to be cloning this guy later. Where are you? Kate's node. Okay. So Kate's node. What's this IP? I didn't catch it. You say I need to put guest services on there to get it on there. Yeah. All right. Well, let's start with that first then. Name Dolly. Oh, it's still called K Control 1. Yeah. Because I forgot to change that part. Guest agent. Is it activated by default? I assume so. Yeah. Is it going to get the IP? Hey, how are you?
I'm _live is now following.
Thank you. Wait, was this not there before? It didn't show up. Maybe I have to reboot it. Yeah. How you doing, profile?
Profiler
Yeah, I
5000 is
think I might
now
have to
following.
reboot it. I bet you do for to broadcast and everything. Let me do Bastion. What is it? Kimu guest services, I think. Yeah, right click to reboot. Yeah, guest agent. Yeah. You think it would be installed by default, but oh damn. You have to tell Proxmox. It's under options, huh? Guest agent default disabled. Run guest trim after disk move or VM migration. Nice. Cool. Take a look at his summary now. He should be starting up. I did a -R. Guess not. Maybe I just did a -H. That was loud. All right. Big old black thing. Bastion's back. All right. Hey, look, there's the IP. More. Oh, damn. It gives you your interfaces too. Nice. I love it. I would not have known to do that. I should be taking notes. Yeah. Let's get agent options. Guest agent. Okay. This is I'm like loving Proxmox right now. I'm not gonna lie. This guest agent configured. It has to be bounced. I'm guessing. Wait, did I not install it on there? I don't think I installed it on there yet. That's why it's Ember. What? Oh, it's enabled, but it hasn't been talking or something. What is it, 18? It might be 19. It's already on there, right? Yep. And all that red stuff is new. It wasn't there before. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, this one's got it enabled now. Do, 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 do. Didn't I stop it? I turned it off. Is that not good enough? Huh. I guess not. No. Oh, nice. You got your own notes. I'm gonna need to follow you. That's really great. Thanks, Neuron. That's fantastic. You're doing yours with Ansible. Well, I think we're using Containerd. I think I'm pretty sure. Yeah. The problem, I don't know. Some of those container engines are pretty minimal if you have to do any debugging on the node, which you're not. You're not supposed to use a container engine at all for anything except for Kubernetes on the nodes. But people do, right? I feel like I'm not doing something right. I could have swore I shut that thing down. Shut, reboot. I guess it's easier to do it that way. Radio network F. Yeah. It looks happier now, though. Yeah. There we go. Damn, that came up fast, too. That did. That came up really fast. All right. We can work on this guy a little bit. And stuff. Yeah. All right. So let's work on this one. I should probably be doing MDNS, but I couldn't get MDNS. Should we try to do the MDNS thing and then reboot and see if it works? I did the MDNS configuration of systemd and it did not take last night. So I put a Wahi on there for MDNS. Let's try it. SSH to, what is it, 09? I think it's 18. I mean, this is where I probably want to start doing Ansible from the Bastion host. I can run all my Ansible stuff from there, playbooks, because then I can create my inventory with all the IPs, you know. I mean, it's got the wrong name as well, so we were gonna make it Kate's node. Host name CTL sudo host name host name. See, it doesn't get them all. It doesn't. Let's see if it does after if I go down. Nearby list of PCS. Damn, that came up fast. Why does it come up so fast? I guess it's so small. That is insane how fast that rebooted. That's insane. I want to say ZFS has something to do with that. But I can't prove that. I didn't rename it. So I mean that's a problem. All right. What else? I don't know. the hostctl. I'm kind of inclined to do the old school where you just change everything, because that's, you know. Yeah. Hey, Crosby.
Crosby underscore 1004 is now following.
No, it doesn't do that. It's not an option. That's an old command. Yeah. We found that out already. It's not an option. It's not a possible thing. Yeah. I mean, I'm willing to try, but I doubt it. I think set hostname is an old hostname. Let's change Etsy host again. Oops. Damn it. Yep. Nope. That doesn't do anything to host. Set hostname is an old. Is hostname CTL set hostname the old version of hostname? Is an old version. Set hostname is an old version of the hostname command. It is actually a newer and more advanced tool. It chooses system B. Oh. Sudo hostname, blah, blah, blah. I see what you're getting at. Similar purpose, but distinctly different. Purposes. Hostname. Set hostname. Introducing manages both static and transient hostnames. Oh. Which are more persistent and system integrated. Hostname sets or queries the transient hostname, temporary hostname for the current session. Huh. I don't believe it. I still don't believe it. Yeah, we were changing hostname, but so yeah, I mean that's what we used before. This is what we did. We did this, and then we were like, there is no such thing as set hostname. At least it's not supported in completion. So that made me go look at it, right? And yeah. Static hostname. So yeah, I guess both are supported. I mean, if ChatGPT is to be trusted, then set hostname is more permanent. It's not static. I think you can do the other one. You have to do -- static though. I don't know though. I'm still a fan of changing the files after seeing that it doesn't change the host file, which is kind of lame actually. All right, so this is a Kubernetes node. We're going to be spending the better portion of the next hour and a half configuring the Kubernetes node. I need to stand up and take a break. We're going to be installing kubelet and kubectl and everything that needs to go on a node. And anybody who's got any feedback for that kind of thing. Somebody said that before and it didn't. It didn't do anything. Execute the operation remotely. Specific host name or username. How you doing?
K4Y53R is now following.
Oh, you're just talking about looking at the help, yeah. I thought, yeah. If status is invoked, see the other answer was to use the hostname command, but use -- static. when more than one of these switches are specified, all the specified host names will be updated. If status is invoked and one of these switches is specified, we'll print out just the status. Okay, so you can use it to look stuff up, apparently. There's no setter get in the docs at all. It's not here. We looked at that before. That's why we were confused. They were like, oh, it looks like they got rid of it. I know. I was I was kidding. I mean, I'm still editing files, and like, what? You just edit the files, and then people are like, I'm like, there's this host command, and I remember I just haven't used, and now it's changed already. It's hard to keep up. It's like I have config a netstat, and people are like, what? All right, I'm gonna walk away. I'll be back. Go do something.
LK99999999999999999 is now following. Stoff who is now following.
All right, we're back. Hopefully people had a chance to take a break, as we're going for a long time here. All right, what do we got? We have one node created, so we need to get a Kubernetes node installed. So it needs to have kubelet, kubectl, and a container engine. So those are the three main things that make up a Kubernetes node. I used to have installers for this in my dot. I don't think I have it anymore, but I'm going to go check. Go back to tiny mode so you guys can see better. I forgot I had. God, I forgot I had all these commands. I haven't used these in forever. Install kubectl. That's almost up with brew. What else? kubectl config minify. Minify just the context namespace. No. Namespace. Netshoot. I forgot about Netshoot. It's a good thing. All right, so I don't have an installer for this apparently. I thought I did. I wonder if it's in my lab repo. I've written a whole bunch of stuff here. I just don't know where anything is. So let's see. I mean, it's not hard. This part's not hard. We just need to install kubelet. So let's do that. And we should just be able to go on it now. Kate's node. And then we're gonna snapshot that. Once we get kubelet on there, we need a container engine, kubelet, and kubectl. I mean, kubectl doesn't have to be on everything, but it's kind of nice to have it. So let's do that. Install kubectl. Actually, these days I'm pretty sure. It does make me wonder what version it's going to get though, because you can't be 2 versions off. Oops, wrong one. We were going to do the networking thing to figure out the DNS. We were going to do that. We should probably do that first. 192.168.1.19. Kate's node. How do I enable MDNS in Ubuntu? Salavahi. We're not doing that. Fuck it. I'm just gonna do it. There is a way to do it with just with systemctl. Somebody told me about. We tried it. It didn't work though. I'm just gonna use Avahi. Avahi's the given. It works on everything. Yeah. So this is the part where I need to start taking notes, right? Because I'm gonna forget all the steps I have to do. How you doing? Thank you, thank you. Oh, fantastic! Love that you're in New York. Come visit us. Um, I guess I can make a new one. Create notes on installing Kubernetes to Home Lab. All right, so we've got, well, install Proxmox. Create it and Ubuntu 24.04 template. Clone the template into Kate's node, and then install Avahi daemon. I'm just taking notes. And yeah. Okay, so Salvahi. This gives us MDNS. I'm going to want to set up my own repos over here. Honestly, I'm going to want to git pull my... I'm going to want these nodes to be... If I'm on them, I want them to be not stupid. And they're all using my account, which is kind of the admin account, I guess. Which is fine for this. So I'm actually going to follow a couple other steps here. I'm going to say, this is going to not make any sense to a lot of people, but I'm going to do it because it's fast. It's really fast. Install git. This is the quickest way. I mean, eventually we'll be able to put all this into GitOps and trigger it with actions and you know, Cloud init and Ansible and all that jazz. But for right now, if you just want to take a node and just get it to where I want it to be fastest, I can just do make dir. I mean, this is making them all into my own little systems. Come on, the xrob. And cd into it. And then I can just do git. Oh, git came out by default, thank God. We didn't have to install git. Clone. So I have all my dot files. So again, there are so many different better ways to do this. So for example, you would have an image where the system resources are the same, so everybody's got an account over there is the thing, right? But I've already setting up an account inside of my Git repo. The stuff that I'm doing about to do is one of the main justifications for why I want stuff that'll just run anywhere really quickly. And um, because and it's also the reason I'm not a fan of bigger things that can't. I mean, I'm going to have by the end of this, I'm going to have 20, 30, 40 machines, and I'm going to want them all to be configured my way. And if I had to individually do that, it would be a pain in the ass, right? Now, I could install GH repo, but in this case, what I'd like to do is read-only clone. And because a read-only clone guarantees that I'm not going to try to do any commits or anything from this. And so it's kind of like mirroring your configuration. So, and then I would actually have to script. I mean, this is where Ansible is going to come in, right? The script, all this stuff is waste of time right now, but because it could be done much more efficiently with Ansible. But we're going to go ahead and do it just because I want to get this up and running. So, and then we'll come back and reconfigure with Ansible. So, and we're going to run setup and exec bash the shell. And now you see we've got an image. Now, I don't have to do that again because I'm going to be cloning this one. So the other ones will have this. I'll just have to do a hostname change. I could even do, in fact, let's do that. Let's make it so that the login is supported by default. Copy ID. And I'll go back and do it again. And now it'll just get on there, right? So now my Kate's node has got one thing on it. Now I could snapshot that and make that my new template because it's got those extra steps done on it. I feel the need to snapshot this just because I want to be safe. I want to be able to roll stuff back if I did it wrong. And that's the advantage of these kind of things. I don't think I can snapshot unless it's paused. So, yeah, let's try now. Paused. Clone to template, no. Oh, wow, you can convert to template. How do you snapshot? Does it have to be off? I'm guessing yes. Yeah, I think it has to be off. That's where VMware is. Yeah, so. All right, so is it not letting me shut down? Oh, it is. Shut down, and we're going to snapshot it. What? Head outside the circle? Oh, this is just presenter mode. Nothing fancy, programmer. Right? It's just Mac presenter mode. I can't take any credit for it. Yeah, it's designed to be so you can do stuff like this. Move yourself around and like point at things and use yourself as the thing. It's pretty cool. The entire thing runs on the M4 chip. They have like multiple M4 chips. All of the algorithmic stuff is all on it. Got a dedicated chip. It's pretty cool. Yeah, you won't see this popping up in OBS or something because it's really fundamentally integrated with the hardware and with the desktop. Mac, it's one of the advantages Mac has, right? Is that they can, like for example, that you can't change the color of the background, which sucks. So not centered as well. Um, anyway, so we need to take a snapshot, and I do not know how. It's a very basic VM sort of task, and I am failing because I've never used Proxmox. So I want to say there's something we can do here. Task history backup replication. What is that about? These two nodes. Nope. Snapshots. There we go. You are here. All right, take snapshot. We're going to take a snapshot. I didn't see that before. I wonder if that can be done while it's running. I don't think so. So let's say post rvx dot. Take snapshot. Okay, and I can use that snapshot for all kinds of fun things, but right now, well, it'll just be plain old that. Let's start her back up. Start. I am gonna. Oh wow! You can take a snapshot while it's running. Nice. I had no idea you could do that. It's very, very cool. That's so cool all by itself. All right, so if I need to go back, if I screw something up, I can snap it back. Really fundamentally valuable task to do there. All right, so let's log back into it. Actually, it should have a name now. It should now be, because we rebooted, so it should, what do we call it? Kate's node. Kate's node.local. Yes, there we are. We're on Kate's node now. There is an advantage to putting stuff in host files. Oh wow, I found it. It found the Avahi stuff. Nice. Because you can tab complete. I love that you can tab complete with SSH. SSH tab. And you can Kate's node and see what systems you have up here. And you can go and take a look at it. All right, so we're on Kate's node now. And we're installing kubectl. I mean, I can just do sudo apt. I can just trust the version. Install kubectl. These are things you didn't used to be able to do this with, but now you can. You can just install the most recent versions. No app package kubectl, but there's a snap by that name. No, thank you. This is where I go to my dot files and I go to my handy dandy installer collection. And I go look up where my installer for kubectl is. There it is. And I'm going to run this instead. This is one of the reasons I keep all of my configuration stuff in a single .files repo. Kubectl. Now, again, I'm going to Ansible-ize all this stuff after I get the clusters up. Snap. Install. Install kubectl. K tab exec bash the shell. K tab. What? Get pods. It's like, I'm not logged in. Right. It doesn't know what to do. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to download my Klogin program. Yeah. I forgot all about that. I'm not going to use certs to log in. This gives me a chance to test my Klogin application that I wrote and go. But this is great because I can test, I can test kube login instead of Klogin. Klogin's mine. All right, so we got kubectl. We need to get kubelet on here. I do not know where to find that. We also need we need a container engine. Are we using containerd at work? I think we are. Oh shit. I think we are. I think we're finally off of Docker completely. There was some. We were thinking of using Creo instead of containerd. I'm pretty sure we're on containerd. So anyway, we're gonna do containerd. We need to find the docs, the official docs on kubectl, and see if they've got Kubernetes, and see if they've improved it all. Official install Kubernetes document. One plane. What's up?
One plane is now following.
Let's go look at this. This is all I see this year. Yeah, my home state, my hometown. kubeadm. Does kubeadm have to be? I think you have to do kubeadm, kubelet, kubectl if you want to use that, and then a container of some kind, a container engine. That's 4 things, right? Those are the main things. Learning induction production environment. Install kubeadm setup tool. kubeadm is the default cluster setup creation. How you doing, Startup Me? Cluster setup creation CLI for
Startup is now following.
So we've got download Kubernetes, deploy Kubernetes, local machine. When have you been able to download Kubernetes? This is never. Oh, this is just kubectl. Wait, what? This is totally new. This is totally new. They never had this 3 years ago. C groups, yeah. That part I remember. Yeah, I know about kubeadm. That part I know. What I was trying to decide is if it does containerd by default now. So this idea of like downloading Kubernetes has never been a thing. This is brand new to me. This is insane. You can download the controller manager, API server, proxy, and scheduler, and just run it. Wow. Wow. Why would they even give you that? The API server inside of a cluster. This gets back to the from scratch stuff from Kelsey, where you actually install everything by itself. It's useful. No, God, no. That's like that's they're trying to make a point. I can tell. Custom QADM is the best way to go. Yeah. Current cluster QADM page. Compatible Linux host Kubernetes package. So QADM has to be installed on the nodes. I think it's not like a remote thing. You can't do it from the Bastion, your Bastion host or something. Yeah. QBADM is on an admin machine. I don't think I would go through the hard way thing. It's completely irrelevant. I went through it 3 years ago, and the stuff in it is like downright wrong. Now there's stuff in it that hasn't been updated. It would literally cost you time going through it. You run everything on the control node. You don't have to do that, but you can do that. KubeADM does. I can't remember. Kubelet has to be run on. Kubelet has to be run on obviously on the node, but I don't think KubeADM is required to be on all the nodes. But I think installing it doesn't hurt. You know what I mean? I think. Before we begin, compatible Linux host, Kubernetes project provides generic instructions. 2 GB RAM, 2 CPUs. Per machine? No, that's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I gave it way more than 2. I gave it like 8. Yeah, my control planes are going to be overly spec'd, I have a feeling. PK setup, just join tokens, etc. Yeah. I mean, you can make it one of your parent nodes, but it doesn't have to be, right? You definitely want to do, yeah. What I'm thinking of doing is putting it on my Bastion server because that's where I would run a management cluster if I had to. Like Istio requires a management cluster to be installed. And then you install into the management cluster and then the management cluster. No, I'm not confusing Talos. That's not Istio. Combination on. Yep. Yeah, I did see that. I saw that before. All machines in the cluster. Any cosine MAC address and product UID for every node. Certain ports are open on your machines. Got that all. So yeah, I'm kind of still wondering where I should run QVDM. Oh, I'm not doing that. I already know. I mean, I've got three control plane servers and 3 nodes. That's the plan. What I'm not sure of is whether I need KubeADM on all of them. So, I think we probably should. It's not going to hurt, right? It's not going to hurt to have KubeADM and kubectl and kubelet all on each node. I like this idea. I'm pretty sure that's what we do at work, actually. I'm going to ask him. I'm actually going to ask. But it also isn't where you use it. Right. Well, and that's the thing, though. I mean, you don't technically need kubectl on all of your nodes, but if you want to log into a node and do something, I actually don't think you need kubectl. You know what? I see what you're saying. I My team, since for the last 4 years, they when I first got here, they're still pretty new to Kubernetes. They were always putting kubeadm and kubectl on everything. Um, so yeah, we've been putting all those tools on everything, kind of redundantly. I don't. You make a good point though, because none of those tools are going to work unless you have like the certs and stuff. Depending on how you log in, I think the reason that works for us at work is because we're LDAP authenticating to everything, and you have to paste your token on every login. Mm. That's going to be a tricky thing to set up. Um, all I'm trying to decide is whether I need kubectl and kubeadm on everything, and I think I know the answer to that already. Um, so yeah, but no, not you don't need kubectl. Okay. Swap configuration, install a container runtime. You need something with a CRI, container runtime interface, and our case is going to be container D. Docker Engine does not implement CRI because it's stupid. Removed from keyboard in 124. Thank God. They finally got rid of it. Path to the Docker socket, Creo, Docker Engine, using Cree Docker D, container D. Okay, install kubeadm, kubelet, and kubectl. You will install these packages on all of your machines. Well, there's the answer right there. It's right there. You may not need it, but there you go. kubeadm, kubelet, and kubectl. Yep. All right, so that's what I wanted to know. I got it, the answer. Install kubeadm, kubectl. Kubelet. I'm going to write scripts for the other ones because reasons. I don't think you can apt-get kubelet. I don't think you can. What is the best way to install kubeadm? Apt-get install kubelet, kubeadm, and kubectl. See, I just tried to do that and it wouldn't do it. kubelet, kubeadm, and kubectl. We talked about, we did that already. I'm doing it by hand this time in Proxmox. And we talked about all the different ways to do it. You can code interfaces to Proxmox. You can code Ansible, code Terraform with the Proxmox backed Terraform, and we talked about using Packer, using Cloud Init, using all those things. We're using Cloud Init. I've done Cloud Init in the past, just to like stand up your VMs. I'm just gonna do all this by hand this first time around. And then after this cluster's up, I'll start building my automations. We already have an automation. We're getting ready to deploy a new cluster at the end of the year, with cluster automation, and it uses KubeSpray for everything. So, and we use an Ansible playbook for to configure a vanilla Red Hat install. And so rather than use Cloud Init, I probably am going to write the Ansible playbook to do the same thing for Ubuntu. Just to kind of keep it consistent with what I do at work. And avoid Cloud Init, even though I love Cloud Init. Cloud Init's really cool. Mostly because it would be, if I do that, it'll be, actually it won't be system agnostic because it's going to be apt install stuff. So yeah, I mean, you can make a case for both really easily. The thing I find so interesting about this is that Ubuntu doesn't have these things installed. It doesn't have the package image. I also absolutely hate the website, the Kubernetes website. This is completely unnecessary. Legacy package repos, app Kubernetes IO, and Yum Kubernetes IO deprecated and frozen. Use the new package repos hosted at pkgs.kubernetes. In order to suck Kubernetes versions released after deprecated legacy repos are going away. Interesting. This is okay. So I installed kubectl using my script, but I think it's probably worth adding a thing. Or is it? God damn. This is gonna have to happen on all the hosts, on all this stuff. This is the worst downside of Ubuntu, besides Snap, is having to deal with the package indexes. In fact, I really don't want to do this. I don't. Because it's locked to a specific version. You can't use a different tagged version. That's why I like the curl approach better. That's what I scripted. So I've already done the kubectl install using the curl approach. And I'm going to make a kubectl. I'm gonna make an install kubeadm. I can just copy that one probably. It's like so many different ways to do it. The download, the GitHub download tool is even better than it. You have to install that. Download release V8 Linux AMD 64 kubeadm. This will probably work. Move it into user bin. I'm not gonna be able to commit that because I did it. And it's a read-only repo. I just want to see if it works. Oopsie. kubeadm, okay. I should probably put completion in there for kubeadm. Yeah. Alright, so I screwed up. Remove /install kubeadm. What's going on? Let me put it in the right place. Copy install kubectl install kubeadm. kubeadm and what was the other one? No. There's three things. kubeadm, and kubectl. Yeah. Install kube node. How about that? Nah, kubectl should be the same thing. Keyboard, I guess. ChatGPT for coding, any other? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. I look stuff up. I have it right here. Look up different things to validate it. I don't use it like to write it, but install kubectl to install kube spot. Install kube splat. Install, let's see. Install kube thing. Naming functions is outside blah blah blah. What? That's not true. Oh well. Um. Come on. Do do do. Do 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 do. We could actually define that if it doesn't exist as instead. Yeah. That's a bash thing though. Never mind. Um thing equals argument 1. Thing appears unused. Oh yeah? Watch this. Oh no, double quoting to prevent catastrophe. All right. Thank you, shell check. W thing appears unused. All right, fine. Actually, it's not 1, it's thing. Do 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 do. Install Orion kubectl kubeadm. Install cube thing. Done. There. All right, let's save this. Get status. Git push. Damn it. Divergent branches can't be pressed forward. I changed Linux.com? What did I change? Oh, right. Still Neo. Oh. Git stash pop. Git diff. I'm gonna not break anything. God damn it. All right, now we can just do git pull. And then we can synchronize, and then we can do install kubespot. And that should put kubeadm, kubelet, and kubelet all on here. Now we're all installed and ready to go. All right, so we've covered that task. So this is done. My wife home? I have to go check something. I think my wife's home. Aren't you supposed to be at a show? What? Is Doris home? No. Huh? Oh, never mind. I was gonna be worried. Maybe something happened to the show or something. All right, we got a Kubernetes node done. So now what? We got a Kubernetes node. We can snapshot this now after it's got all those things installed, and we don't have to do it again. Trying to think of what else is needed over there. YQ, JQ, that kind of thing. Let's put YQ and JQ on there. I think they're mandatory. Containerd, that's right. Of course. Yeah, that's the number 4 piece. Yeah. I don't know how to install Containerd, so we're going to have to look at that. JQ default. Oh, thank God. They finally started putting JQ on things by default. That's awesome. All right. Containerd. How do we install Containerd? The best way to install Containerd. Apt upgrade. CA. Curl APG. This is just so you can add the. I hate that. I do not want to add Docker official container images. Specific settings on Containerd. Yeah. SLKVADM, we already did this. Once you perform this installation, see that creating a cluster with QADM. All right, so creating a cluster. These docs are crazy. They're all over. We got all that. It can't be more than two versions away. We did that. Single control plane Kubernetes cluster. Pod network on the cluster so pods can talk. Install a container runtime. For detailed instructions and other prerequisites, see install QVADM. Again, they like send you all over the place. We were just there, right? So this says how to install QVADM, but it doesn't say anything else. It doesn't tell you how to do the other stuff. Container runtime. We did that. We did that. Did that. C groups. Yeah, I remember that. That's a step I used to forget all the time. Oh, we have to enable the kubelet. God damn it. Kubelet service does not exist. Is that because we installed it the way we did? Yeah. It's not a service. We just installed the binary. Wow. So that kind of tanks my whole idea about the installer. I don't like adding the official install things, but that's the way to do it. So kubeadm and kubectl are fine. The problem with that is you can't be sure to get the right version. It's going to be locked to the version that goes with the package, with your version of Ubuntu, and that sucks. Yeah, I know, but I've been there all the time. I looked at all the K-log and stuff. I just, but I don't think that they have app packages. I wonder if it'd be better to download the deb and then apply that. Do they make that? I'm pretty sure that's where I got them all from. I almost positive. Install Kate stuff. Um, yeah, download Kubernetes release. I mean, this is our official release location, but I think they also have another one. I'm trying to see if I don't know. I feel like if I were going for certification, they'd want me to know how to get how to update the package manager. This does. I mean, there's an Ansible rule for installing apps, right? So, and that would actually enable a service if it was a service. But then you still have to point it at the version. I wonder. I wonder if it's because you have to add your own package registry. I wonder if that is more up to date than what would come on the system by default, and that's probably why they keep it separate. You know what I mean? That, in other words, the fear that I have of it being locked to an older version, like Red Hat is famous for doing, um, is unfounded because they're forcing you to register one of their their app registries anyway. And you put a hold on the controlled updates. Yeah. Right. On the APT stuff. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking about. In fact, you have to put a hold on it because you don't want it to get auto updated when they do the auto thing. In fact, that's a step. Now that I remember it. Yeah, I remember that step from the install docs now that you mention it. Yeah. And you can't do that without using the packages. So this installer thing is a bad idea. It's a bad idea. I'm going to get rid of it. I am. I'm going to get rid of it. Um, because yeah. All right. Well, I mean, it'll just overwrite those other binaries once I do it, so that's fine. Um, I remember writing the script that does this. I actually wrote a thing for this. I do. God, where is it? I know I did. I wrote some stuff for this. And then we have to do all the containerd stuff. Um, we have to add I have to put that in here. I have to put that in here automatically. It'll save you a few hours. Oh, right. Yes, right. You sent me some notes, right? Yeah. I forgot about that. I need to go find it again. I think I have them still here somewhere. I don't know where over there here. Oh, that's my home lab. They need to make. Oh right, it was definitely a gist. I did I close it? I could sort. Okay, I must have closed it. Oh, then it yes. Um. You did do a tarball install for systemd. I was gonna ask. So there's the mark. That's the mark. Yeah. This is so important. It's just so important. I'm just writing down my notes because it'll help me remember, even if I can go look it up. If you're certifying, by the way, this is the only thing you get. This overrides any existing configuration as the source of the Kubernetes list. Yep. I fucking hate this stuff. Hmm. I did it wrong. This stuff's all Ubuntu, so Wait, we did that already. What's going on? God damn it. This terminal is shit. Wait, that might have actually been it the whole time. Yeah. So lame. This is one of the things I hate about APT. Brew is so much better for this kind of shit. It is. No, I don't. I can't believe I'm saying that sometimes. It absolutely is though. Contracts, CRI tools, there it is. That's all the stuff that Minikube needs too, so. Yeah. Let me check your notes now, make sure I got all my bases covered. So, yeah, looks like Containerd made it in. It looks like. I could be wrong with the apt install. I wonder if Kiva got enabled. Let's check. Nope. There we go. Activating. Oh, that's right. It sits around and activating until it gets its thing. I remember that now. Yeah, it sits in that state for a while until it can talk to something. It's waiting it keeps looping, trying to talk to something. All right, so I should put the hold on it. The Containerd stuff is a little bit at odds with your Tarball version of it. This is a good example of wherein Kubernetes totally sucks ass. This is such an advanced shit that you should never have to mess with. God, I remember this from last time now. It's just so bad, man. This whole project is so horrible. It's absolutely horrible. Secret driver. Make sure you get it right. Punt. It doesn't tell you anything about how to install the container engine. It just says you have to have one. It doesn't tell you anything about how to install it. It doesn't say anything about it. Keep in mind, this is the only thing you can look at if you were to certify. Container runtime link. There's CRI. That's not the link. Container runtimes. Runtimes detect container runtimes. Okay, fine. Outline of how several containers. Container D. Getting started with container D. Run CNC9 plugins from the official sites too. That should all be prerequisites. They seriously want you to untar it. That's why you have it in there. They want you to untar it. They don't want you to use the packages. Are you fucking kidding me? This is insane. They want you to download the service file? Oh my god. They want you to install run C by default. This is why I did Docker CE last time. Yeah, this is stupid. I mean, this is really stupid. The fact that they don't have support for default native package installers for the most important container engine right now on the planet. This is nuts. And it hasn't been updated. Last time it was updated was 8 months ago. That's pathetic. It's pathetic. How is the whole fucking world dependent on this shit? It just blows my mind. It blows my mind. When I saw your tarball, I was like, no, it can't be that. And I didn't dare say anything. And they were like, no, I'm doing what they told me to do. They're having you configure a service by hand. Option 2. Okay, I'm interested. The container DIO packages in deb and RPM formats distributed through Docker. That's what I was looking for, is the deb. If we can download the deb, we can install that and save a bunch of other shit, including the service installation. See the documentation for how to use apt-get or DNF to install container DIO packages. Container DIO package contains runtime run C and does not contain CNI plugins. Good. From source, fuck that. Install Docker engine on Ubuntu. No, I want containerd, not fucking Docker. I remember this from before. I sent you the Docker thing, and the containerd is still managed by the Docker project. I remember this from last time. I was like, all these people making I'm not using Docker, and then they go to the Docker site to get containerd. And I was like, what the hell? See? God, I remember these pages now. I totally remember these pages. I was like, wait a second. You're telling me to include docker.io, docker doc, docker compose just to get containerd. Look at all the shit you have to install just to get containerd. And this is why people probably use the tarball. Because then they don't have to go through Docker. They don't have any dependency on Docker for the installation. Docker Engine depends on containerd and runs C. Docker Engine bundles these dependencies as one bundle, containerd.io. if you have installed the containerd or runc previously. So what they're saying is if you want to save time and use packages, just go use the Docker stuff that already has it all set up, even though it comes with a bunch of extra crap you don't want. Apt-get might report that you need to have these special, that you have none of these packages installed. Images. This is all about how to install Docker. This just drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. This is a document about how to install Docker, and they sent you here to get containerd. But the number one reason to use containerd is so you don't have to use Docker. And rather than actually make packages and maintain them independently, the containerd project has decided to punt and send you to the Docker site. Totally stupid. Containerd service. You actually directly download runc. That's what I would have done. It looks like I'm going to make installers for these. Yeah. Frankly, I should make an installer for the other one. That it downloads all three of the package stuff. I should put this. I should go back to doing that and then making it so that it updates the package stuff. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna write installers for these. This just completely justifies my position on writing your own installers, because every single thing is going to have nuances that are slightly different. Did I commit already? Damn it. You know what I mean? So let's do... Is there ever a case you'd want to install containerd without having all the other stuff in there? Probably not, right? I mean, does Podman install containerd? No, it doesn't, right? Does Podman install containerd? Oh, Podman doesn't even use a container runtime. Oh, okay. It uses direct pods. Huh. Okay. I think I knew that, but not to that degree. All right, so we need to do... I'm running out of steam. It's getting late. Again, I'm going to write the installer rather than... because the notes are going to get lost. So I'm just going to write an installer. That's how I take my notes. I make installers. So we're going to do... Wait. Why haven't I deleted this yet? Which one did I delete? Did I not delete it yet? Oh boy. I still have it here because I deleted it from the main one, but I'm not here. Which is good. Install cube stuff splat. All right, now this we can do for containerd. We can save that all for containerd. And this stuff we can do the package thing. IP forward. I don't remember that. I don't remember talking about IP forwarding. So this is getting the latest one, but this wget-ish kind of thing. This is yeah. I guess is there ever a case we want to have kubectl without the rest? I'm guessing yes. I probably don't want to install kube because it's going to enable the service and I don't want it. So I do think I'm going to want this for install kubectl because I do want that on systems that don't necessarily have all the rest. I probably should break it out. Yeah. But back to install kubectl. kubectl. Install kube thing. kubectl. Yeah. But I probably shouldn't do that either, because we want it to be in sync with the other stuff. God, what am I thinking? We still need to do the whole thing though. Hey, how you doing, Mystic?
Majestic Coding Twitch is now following.
Hey, thank you for that. Oh, I just want to have it in my history so I can go get it again. Yeah. I like your little test here of the CTR. That's cool. Yeah, let's we need I need to put the other ones, the APT ones. Yeah, I don't want to do that, but I'm going to. Oh, you put these in here. Yeah, you copy these. You don't have to mess with swap anymore. I remember reading that. Yeah. All right. So this is for sure. In fact, this entire stuff can go Yeah, this is a tough one because I want to install kubectl sometimes by itself, right? So you don't need the release key. You can do, well, actually, no, you do need that. We need to detect whether the release is there or not. We still need to detect the latest. We should be able to override this. So this should be version here. Sudo. I hate that they have different ones with different version. Echo the key. Sudo t app sources list. Update the app packages. App update. That install kubectl. Now the thing that sucks about this is, I mean, it's like almost like we should always do them together. Yeah, I don't know. Let me save this stuff for the containerd. Containerd. I'm gonna reuse this. Cubes flat. We don't have that anymore. We have. Wait, what? Did I just make it? I think I did. How do I get rid of it? Wait, have I been editing? Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Oh, fuck. Have I been in the wrong place the whole time? I think I have, man. kubectl. Oh, shit. Did I just add it to the wrong thing? I did. Bad Rob. This is where you go. Version. GPG. Do 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 do. That's such a big long line. I can't really escape that though. Oh damn, that's why I did that. Good old de-armor. A huge Perl library that completely encapsulated all the options for GPG for IBM. Echo deb Kubernetes list. I mean, testing 1 2. is it not working? What did I do wrong? Wait, we have to have a version. Check for version. Echo version. Exit. I don't care. That worked. Okay. SSL. Release key. Huh. We're not on Ubuntu. We're on a freaking Mac. Rob. Oh my god. Stupid. Stupid. I should probably maybe developing that stuff on Bastion. I should probably get in the habit of going on Bastion. That's probably wise. The only downside of that is my clips command. So yep. Git pull. Git stash. Git pull. There we go. Install the kubectl. Alright, yes. No PGP data. Because it's empty. Request URL return 43. God damn it. This should probably be multiple steps. Honestly. I think .403. I wonder if it doesn't have a V in it. I bet it's it doesn't have a V in it. I bet it doesn't. Am I doing that right? Yes. Huh. Actually, how you doing in Balder? How you doing? Yep. 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 131 debris. .302 not found. Cannot hear me. Oh. Does core and stable come with the colon? Don't know. No, that's containerd. We're doing containerd stuff. That's not engine, Docker engine. That's probably this. Linux GPG. Docker engine. I don't want fucking Docker engine. This is, oh. It's on GitHub now. Case core stable release tab key. Where is my... This was in getting kubectl. I think this has got a bug in it. I think it does. Wait, it worked. Access denied. I wonder if it's because of the 0.1. It doesn't make any sense. Their docs are wrong. Their docs are wrong. They're totally fucking wrong. Yep. Welcome to Kubernetes. This I totally remember. If this gives me an authorization error, that proves it. Nope. That worked. Alright, so what's the difference? Core stable 131. Oh. It doesn't have the minor version. How stupid is that? Oh my god. That is super stupid. That's stupid. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. All right. Echo. So the version. Stable. Equals. Should do the SSF now. Or FSSL. Harumph. Elementary. Packages dot Kate's is screwed up. Did you see that? How is that screwed up? That's not a single line. You fucking kidding me? You fucking kidding me? Shell is a problem. There we go. All right, if we can do the same thing for Kate's admin and yeah, I'm not. Wait, you know what? Oh, fuck it. I could just. I mean. I can't commit this because it's on. I was gonna say I should be doing this development on the Linux machine, not the Mac one. So Kubernetes, kubectl. Because this, I'm gonna have to do this. Watch. Install kubectl. And commit kubectl install uses pkg now. Git push. Git stash. Git pull. There we go. And let me just make sure again. kubectl. What? What do you mean you can't open GPG? What the hell happened? Are you fucking kidding me? It put a line between those two? Oh, this is gonna be bad. It did. Something put a line there. It wasn't me. Oh. It must have. I don't know. It was me. It was definitely me. Oh, my wife's home. What the fuck? What the fuck is it doing? Something about the commit is killing it. Oh. What? The peak. Okay, I'm starting to suspect Tmux now. I'm starting to suspect Tmux. It's putting extraneous spaces that are not there. That's why I didn't want this big ass long string right here. I really didn't. Because right here, I already fixed this problem. And then I cut and paste it again, and it's like back. Something got deleted. What the hell? I should probably stop playing my head. I'm gonna end up doing something stupid. Like really stupid. Wait, what? I didn't do it. God damn it. Are you fucking kidding me? It truncated those lines. What the fuck is going on? It put spaces in there. That is an entire line. You gotta be kidding me. See that? That's a line, but it's fucked up. What is going on here? That scares the hell out of me. That's a Tmux problem. Something about the Tmux config here. It's gotta be. That's the only explanation. This is way too long of a line. I would have noticed that right away if it had not been bash shit. Taking me way too long for this. All right, there we go. All right, now we can copy it. Copy. Health QVDM, install QVDM. At this point I don't give a shit. I know it's redundant, but I don't care. We can put here. We can put app equals QVDM, and anywhere it says kubectl. Wait, what? I feel like this is redundant, but I don't care. Okay, would I ever want QVDM without kubelet? Probably. This is so stupid. It's because it's the redundant code in all three of them. Git commit. There's a better way, but I'm going to do it in Ansible anyway. So that way I can install each one independently, even though they're identical. I don't care. I don't care. There we go. Install the kubeadm, which will work. It's going to overwrite the G. I should be detecting whether it exists or not. Yeah. How does it know it's the newest version? Hazard. Kubelet. Yes. Cube. Oh. I suck. Kubelet. Oopsie. Yes. The kubelet is already the newest version. All right. So, I mean, we can easily override that script, but I want those things to be encapsulated. So we've got all three of those. Now we have to do containerd, and then we'll be done with the node things. I have to write a script for that. Let me come back in a sec. I gotta check on my wife. Okay. Install containerd. Which one of these have the latest in them? There we go. Ouch. I already have a containerd. Oh, that's right. Oh, shit. Did somebody just text me? I need to plug my phone in. All right. What do we got? Did we do all this stuff? I think we did. I think that stuff's already in my most things. I think curl's there already. No? How's curl not there already? Anyway. Wait, what? Git commit add apt pkg repo reg deps git push that can be deleted. Delete. I should probably put @mark hold in all three, right? I think I should. And kubelet should have this put in it. Okay, so install kubectl kubeadm kubelet. bi oh shit. Install kubectl apt-get install. We don't need that. God damn it. Did I not do it right? Yeah, I blew it. Is apt-get mark right? Mark. Mm-hmm. Sudo apt-get mark kubectl. Damn it. Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember what it was. Where's it? It's in the notes. It says CNI. We'll come back to that. Okay, so completion. I know how to do that. I got yelled at for doing it that way. So he's like, "You're doing it wrong." I opened an issue. Totally lame. Immediately closed. I can't remember. It must be in your notes. Yep, apt mark hold. Apt mark hold. kubectl kubeadm adm kubelet sudo apt mark hold. Depot. Yes. Yes. Christ. Kubernetes list? What the hell is that doing there? Oh. Oh, it must have been from a mistake. Okay. Get pull. Get diff. On-prem cube. I was thinking of doing this in lab environment. That's what we're doing. Yep. I've just about got all the Kubernetes node components on my first VM, and I'll use that as a clone and clone it for the other ones. And we'll turn etcd on and everything. Storage is just going to be localhost storage and then NFS from the host until November. Life sucks. I hope it doesn't suck too bad. All right, so we're gonna get what here? What are we gonna do here? Let's see. Get pull. All right, so then what? I mean, I should probably test it. Install kubectl. Thank you for the boost. You're welcome. I mean, November we'll be talking about stuff again. It was already set to hold. Okay, so that's good. All right, so on to containerd. I'm starting to think that this is wrapping in ways it shouldn't. All right, so containerd. Install containerd. We can just get rid of this. Containerd. I don't know where the containerd is, so I gotta go look. But it's basically the same idea of detecting the latest. I use it in all my other installers, so. Same with run C. I can't believe you have to pull the service down. That's insane. All right, so this is, we have an installer for this. The old kubectl used to do this. I have an installer somewhere here that does this. I have an install etcd2. Repo's latest, yes, there we go. This technique is how you do it. etcd is the same, has the same problem. But here's how you check the latest sort of thing. So yeah, I'm trying to decide. Let's see if I plug this. Version OS Arch. Container releases. And extracted under user. Okay, yeah. So this is the same thing that I do for etcd. So it gets the OS and the Arch. If you're doing it on the system, then it'll do the right thing. We could probably copy this. Copy, install etcd, install containerd. Call it a day. Are you absolutely sure you want to install the latest containerd? I'm just gonna get rid of this. User or repo. So in this case, the user is containerd, and the repo is containerd. Uname us arch equals x86 if there isn't one. We grab the latest. Grab JQ name out of there. And repo dash latest containerd dash version dash os dash arch. Let's see, repo dash version dash. We should probably do that instead of latest version. Okay. Version. Wait, what's that about? Version OS Arch. Version dash OS dash Arch. TarGZ. You can do it easier with the GH tool. GH tool. We'll get the right one. You can actually match it more reliably, but that's fine. You make tempter, and we under it, and we untar that shit. Do you want to move the folder to bin? Yes. Let's see. We'll just sudo move the repo version etcd. I actually want globbing there. User to tar etc. Oh, this is like directly untarring it to bin. That's, I guess you can do that. That's like kind of dangerous, but cxzvf. Vitar. User local. I mean, I guess you're making some assumptions here, but user local. Wait, what? Rel. Oh, I overrode the output. Okay, that's why. That's good. Satoshi. Yep. All right, let's go for it. Git add, git commit, add install, containerd, git push, git pull. What? Git stash, git pull. Please move. Git stash. Git status. Git restore. Install container. Oh wait. There was never in management. Okay, that's why I never. Okay. Install containerd. Mountform URL. Fuck you. Containerd. Version OS Arch. Wait, what? Containerd space 1.7. You know what they did? They changed that. They changed that API endpoint. That's the second time I've been burned by that. GitHub changed their API. And it's broken a lot of my stuff that was fetching stuff. They put the name, they combined the name and the version. And they didn't increment the version of the API or anything. So they like broke a ton of code out there. That's the second time I've been burned by this. At first I thought I was just like crazy. Now I definitely see it. Yeah, that's nuts. Where am I? Damn it. What do we call it? Bastion? No. Kate's node. Yeah, so the we want the tag, I think, now. I think it's either that or it's we don't want the name though. We want the second part of the name. So I think it's app version. No, that's not it. What is it? We have something here. So grep jq-r. I can't remember it. It's definitely not name. What's going on? God damn it. I9. Oh. Wait, what? Why am I lagging so hard? I'm starting to lag all of a sudden. Like, big time. I hope Proxmox is not dead. Huh. What the hell? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Why is there a 4 there? That was random. Oh, 6, 4. It did that thing again. When I committed it. There's something going on with my git commits. It's like injecting line returns where there should not be. This is weird. That was so weird. Alright, there we go. Anyway. Pipe to JQ. Name. Okay, so it has that, and but what we really want is a version. I remember looking this up the other day, but that's not it. Let's do this. Damn it. We just want the latest one. Maybe it could be the latest isn't the latest. How you doing, Admiral? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Install containerd. Releases latest. Something is not right. So yeah, access keys author name. I think they changed the name. I think they did. I saw recently was yoga. I mean, last night I did it 3 years ago. Yeah, I've been doing lots of tech stuff, tech and yoga, and biking. Tag name is what it is. It's tag name. That I remember. I literally did the same thing earlier to this week. They changed the API. I swear to God, they did. They changed the API, so it broke all my installers. Yeah, which is just so wrong. You never should do that. They changed the endpoint output. Yeah, because this actually has never been the version. So, yeah. That's exact. I made that change someplace else actually. Git grep. I'll find it. I did. I made that exact same change. Yep. That's it. I was working on Neo. And they broke my Neo installer and I was like, "What changed?" And I had to change it to tag name just this week. GitHub has broken a ton of things by changing that in their API. What they did is they used to just put the version in their name tag. No, they didn't.
Lemire is now
They didn't.
following.
I think what they did is they found a bug. I think the name field, because it's a version, right? I think the name field just had a version number in it forever, and they just didn't catch that that's all it was there. So they said, "Oh shit, we got to add the name back." So they added the name and they left the version. They put a space there, and so far that's broken two things of mine that I had. So I at this point I thought I was going crazy. I thought I had just gotten the wrong thing before. But now I'm starting to think that they actually both broke it on purpose. Yeah. So tag name makes more sense. Anyway, I thought I was going crazy. I just feel better that I'm not going crazy. Commit fix GitHub tag name API change bug. Yeah, that's my retribution. You get a strongly worded commit message. It's the extent of my powers. Yeah. Git pull. Okie dokie. Install containerd. That was not very pretty. That was not pretty at all. That failed. Rob, didn't you have this working already? Yes, I did. What is the error? Well, first of all, what's up with the... It's almost like this curl didn't even work. Oh, it was this one. That's why. Yeah, this one should have been SSL. So it probably should have an F in it too. Yeah, I think so. Set it not in gzip format. Well, Wait. Echo. Shell check. Shut the hell up for a second, would you? Just shut up. All right, what's wrong with this? I think I need to drop the B. I do. I think there's no V in this. If I remember right, my other tag, my Neo thing. Yeah, I had to do the same thing. Same thing. No, I didn't. I have a feeling that that's well. No, it's it. Full version. Unmodified. Shift. Blah, 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 blah. Did I not do the right format? I mean, open link, not found. Continue Linux AMD 64 tar. Did it not have a 1722? Containerd releases. Containerd releases. I guess we'll just go there and look. What? One point 7.22. Containerd releases tag 1.7. Okay, so it redirected me. It's always done that. What is the problem? Let's go here, shall we? Paste user containerd repo containerd. Booyah. Latest tag name 1.7.22. So are you telling me that they didn't? Oh God. If they didn't keep their release names the same, I bet you they didn't. Oh, they did. 1.7.22. Containerd releases tag. All right, let's see. Containerd releases download version. Could it be Linux? Linux AMD. I mean, they're not following their own convention that they documented. Okay, so they said, wait, that's your stuff. Where's the doc? The doc, there we go. No. Where's the containerd resources stuff? God damn it, did I lose it? I did. I have 2 copies of this though. Containerd version Linux AMD 64.tar. Maybe I'm dyslexic or something. Containerd version Linux AMD 64.tar.gz. It's the same. What the hell? Hey, hi.
Over the tune is now following.
Oh, yes. Good catch. Everybody does that. Some people put a V in it, some people don't. Good catch. Easily fixed. Easily fixed. But good catch. We're going to do that. V, get rid of the V. I mean, let's actually try this one. Open link. Okay, it's starting a download. Nice. That was it. That was the problem. Perfect. Great catch. So thank you. It's like backseating for the win. I totally love backseating. It saves me time. So let's do install containerd. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Add. Chop this the thing off the version. Commit. Git commit. Fix for new version containerd install. Git push. Git stash. Git pull. They're doing. Looks like black magic. Oh, thank you. It is kind of black magic. I mean, it does feel like it, right? You can do pretty amazing things with just your fingers. It does. It's very satisfying. That's actually one of the fun things about learning the terminal. You get so much power at your fingertips. Please install. God damn it. Cannot open. Permission denied. I'm missing something. Something should be sudo and it is not. Oh. Derp. 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 Derpy derp. 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 What did I say? It is kind of magic. I'm not saying that, I'm magical. I'm just saying Linux terminal is magical. It is. It's funny you say that because I once upon a time I was teaching it was actually a mother whose kids were still kind of young, but she wanted to do something more with her life and she wanted to learn how to code. She was so dedicated. She ended up having to give it up because the men in her life were like making fun of her. It was so sad. And very southern thing. But she was bound and determined to learn. And she had used a Mac her whole life. She didn't understand the concept of a path, because she always had recents in her Mac. And I remember I was trying to tell her I was trying to explain URLs in terms of, a path, assuming she knew what a directory was and a path was, right? It's like, well, it's like a directory on your computer, there's a folder and there's a thing in it and there's a thing in that. That's what URLs are like. And she's like, no, what are you talking about? And so I got on the terminal. I opened up the terminal. She hadn't seen the terminal yet. I opened the terminal and I showed her how to go between there and to navigate to the. And her eyes immediately just like completely opened up. She was like, "Oh my god!" And I went in there and I said, "So you can CD in here, and you can like PWD, you can look in here." I said, "It's pretty powerful because you can move more than one file all at the same time." And I think I remember like copying or like MBing with a star, like to move everything in one directory to another directory. And you have to understand, in her world, in order to move multiple files from one directory to another, that meant copying them all or holding shift down or remembering the right key combination and having two windows open at the same time so you could drag the one over to the other one. That had never occurred to her that it was a command. And I never forget. I did that. I did a move and she said, teach me that. Just like that. Just like that. She was like, teach me that. She wanted to know like immediately. And again, she was kind of defending herself against the guys in her life that she could do technical things. And I think when she saw me using the terminal, she saw magic, and she was like, I'm going to show this magic to people. I want to learn this magic. And it's empowering. It is. It's empowering when you learn it. It is, I think. So, and then, yeah, it was so sad. She was so dedicated, but she just had no time. She would come every week and she'd just sit there and say, teach me stuff. And she didn't do any homework or anything because she didn't have any time. She was so busy doing so many other things. It was kind of sad. I hope she came back around to doing something. I do. Containerd is now installed. Use a computer. Yeah. At this point for me, I'm old enough that, and I've been doing it long enough that it's kind of lost. I do enjoy it, but I like what I get out of it. I don't like that process of doing it so much as I like what I get. Right? And when I retire, I probably won't hardly ever use a computer. I will, but I've been around them long enough that I just don't give a shit anymore. I know that's bad to say, but because so many people are like, I want to learn. Blah, blah, blah. If you're just starting out and the power and the money and the prospects and the security, there's a lot that attracts you. But if you're like, kind of a short timer, I'm like, 5 to 10 years away from retirement. I'm like, I don't care. It's like, I'm more impressed by things that would not impress, most people now. Like, I don't know, ultra marathons and stuff like that. It's really sad to say because there are a lot of young people watching and they're like, this guy's like checked out already, but I haven't. Obviously I haven't, but I do get excited when it's kind of a puzzle. It's kind of that whole solving a puzzle thing, even when I get frustrated, the idea of solving a puzzle, like right now, right? Like we just finished this. This is now done. Right. So, yep. Git diff. Let's actually take stock of this. So I just had to put the sudo there. Okay. So install containerd. Sudo in the tar. Where's my tar? And then commit git commit -m add sudo to install git push. And on that note, do one more time just to make sure. Git pull. Even I've learned this the hard way. Even when you absolutely know it's going to work, you should still do it anyway. Because there's been enough times where it hasn't worked anyway. Oh my god. I've had $1 every time I thought it was perfect. Yay. Now we can do this.
It's working! It's working!
It's working!
Твой софт говно.
Sorry?
Software shit.
Now we can say it's working. Yay. Yay, team. Yeah. The explosion. I know it's fun, huh? That is pretty damn fun. Hey, Cheetah Benito, what's up? I know I'm looking like who's the bad guy from The Simpsons? More and more. It's working. That is the reason to learn to code, to make random shit like that. We did that. We did that during a stream like one weekend. I can't remember when it was. We made this in like a weekend. This entire clips tool. It just you has it's a whole database of clips. It downloads the clip using YouTube downloader. Yeah, like thermal. It's kind of frozen right now, actually. Yeah, it is. It's frozen because we rebooted it. I should probably fix it. Here, give me a sec. Much better. Now it's not frozen. Oh, not that one. The virtual terminal. Oh, this thing? Yeah, that's fun too. They're all fun. This is a Mac thing. I'm not doing any of this. I wish I could take claim credit for this. This is Mac doing all of this. Yeah. So we've got everything on there, friends. And it's 9 o'clock, so I still kind of want to plug away at this until my wife comes home. She's gonna have a long night tonight, really long night. She's gonna come straight home, go right to bed. I don't know though. Thinking of God, I almost could go grab some food. Go buy something. I've been stuck in the house for so long. I've been stuck in the house for 2 weeks. So anyway, we've got git status. All right, so that stuff's all done. We've got containerd installed. We've got Zet same. Let me go update this. So we have install containerd. That's all in a thing. Auto description bundles. They have. Is Bellum here? Bellum's got at least one piece of code to auto order from Grubhub. I swear to God, I know he does. He has to. Are you on the... I think my stepson's on the phone with my wife. Buy me noodles to order Domino's. I'm sure you could do it. Yepers. I bet you could. We need to add enable kubelet to... Whoopsie. We need to add this to this. Install kubelet. Enable kubelet now. Commit add enable to kubelet. We're not quite ready. We can get our kubelets run. We're getting very close to having a running cluster, but we are still a ways away. We need to set up etcd. We don't have to set up metal and all this stuff. We can actually get the running cluster, but it won't be able to do anything until we put a CNI on it and stuff. But we're getting closer. We're getting much closer. So those things are all covered. JQ and YQ are installed already. I think we can actually take a snapshot of this at this time. Hey, Bill. Is it true that you've got code to order Domino's or something? Lemur was talking about it. Like, if you're a developer. I thought maybe you would have something like that. All right, so what? What are we doing now? Let's look at the notes here. Let's look at Proxmox. Make sure everything's okay. That would be cool, huh? Like, order me a pizza. I kind of want to. You know what? I'm going to order Taco Bell. Did you see that Taco Bell meat only has 30% meat in it? Yeah. When I saw that, I was like, wow. They totally have an API. Yeah. I just assume use my phone. Use the one that's already there. I think Kate Stone is ready to snapshot. Let's say we could say. Actually, I think it's actually ready right now. We are not running the kubelet though. Let's do that. Let's do that. So git pull install kubelet. Overwrite the one that's there. We're gonna install kubelet and run it. Start running. And it was already on hold, so now we can do kubelet systemctl status kubelet. It's still activating. That's because we want to do that before we run kubeadm, and then when we run kubeadm, it will answer. So that's the normal steps to doing this actually. So that's normally how you do it. What's our thing? So I'm trying. I guess we could snapshot this. Yeah. And after kubectl adm kubelet containerd. Now, the truth is, actually, let's not do that yet. I think I'm missing configuration on the containerd and C groups and stuff. I think that's in our friend's notes here. That's my wife for sure. I think I heard you talking to Otto. You're being streamed. You coming home?
I am coming home, but I wanted to talk while I drove because James helped pull my card after I loaded my car and he had just fed the cat.
Oh, God.
And then I grabbed the handle and then I like went to rub my nose and I was like, why does my hand smell like fish?
Oh, God.
So I took two Benadryl, so I just kind of wanted to talk to someone.
Okay. All right. I'm going to log out. All right. I'll call you right back. Bye. I gotta call my wife. She got fish. She's getting worried. This is a good time to stop, so I'm gonna go ahead and call her right away. There was a cat in the car and she got some fish on her. So we're gonna pick up tomorrow. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, of course, all day. Doing tech stuff, yoga in the morning. So let's go ahead and raid. Wait, this is actually a really good place to stop because we got all the major things installed, and so now we have to like have everything talk to it now. Containerd, system says containerd. So we can review this tomorrow. These extra commands that validate the containerd is actually working. Probably I'm going to put those in my installer script so that we can check it out. So let's find somebody to raid really quickly. At this time of night, it's pretty easy. It's easier to find people to raid. I dial Jess. We could dial. You guys want some? I always like raiding music people after school, and dial Jess is on, so she's getting raided. She's getting raided. She spins amazing stuff. So Last Miles is doing a thing. Sober October, he says. Let's see this. Creator dashboard. let's do this. Stream manager. I haven't rated Jess in a long time, so we're gonna do that. Raid dial Jess. Again, amazing DJ. She's an absolutely amazing DJ. She's actually talented. She's not just got a lot of money, a big rig, and a tight halter top on. She's talented. Make sure you say hi for me. I gotta go. Bye. All right. Should we tune in for at least for them to say hi? For just 1 second. She's gonna say hi, so I'll say hi back and that'll be it. Oh, I gotta be careful. This is all gonna get muted. It's gonna get me muted.
Welcome, Lopsided Pixel. Oh my gosh, it's a raid from RWX Rob. Welcome, Raiders.
I love Jess. She's so good. She's such a great. She's
Playing
such
some brain ticklers today.
nice.
Thank you, mods, for shouting out RWX Rob.
See you guys.
Welcome back, Kitty.